School Psychology Association and Mizoram Psychology Association, etc. I am working as lecturers in the Department of Language and Literatures at Government Republic Higher Secondary School, Aizawl, Mizoram, India. Okay, tun session hi Mizo session ani dona wangin. Mizo tongin thu kan seidona. Kan resource person tur hi amasaberin lawin mel khiatir masa chewila atra ange. Kan resource person tur kan in mel khiat zo nuwa kan resource person kan som zui ngalanga anin hun aron manghal dona.
First start to
atra ange. Tuna kan resource person tur hi Professor C. Lalfam Kimavarte Ania. Okay, now let me introduce you all our STM resource person, Professor C. Lalfam Kimavarte, in brief, in our own mother tongue. Kan resource person tour Professor C. Lalfam Kimavarte hi kan somma sin claim tarlang masalokila. Zo fate zinga mitsuanom tak. Mizoram Psychology Association MPA point kan suan em. Psychologist ropui mithiam dai hriat nga Professor C Lalfam Kimavarte hi thiam na lama chuan MA nehu PhD ani Department of Psychology Mizoram University Professor na thokmekin August ni somthum sang ni le paruk atang khan he zirtir tu na ana zaom tak mai hi alozom ani area of specialization he kan riat a train kan ria tar langila a specialization na hi research methodology experimental psychology social psychology le cultural psychology te hi anni research lama hian kum som pakua zet dai riat lo nei to ani zirtir na na hi kum som ni le pahni chung zet athok to boka research papers articles hi somni le pasari lai mai alo ti chuak to boka tuna hian national level research project rol tak machop anei nual bok ani aen kol na nuaya a supervision na nuaya hian mi pangala in doctorate degree PhD kan ti hi anlo muto mi pali in MPhil degree ama nuaya hian anlo ni to bokani kan resource person Professor C Lalfam Kimavarte hi ramle khutlang tana mitrangkai tak michuanom tak ani achan chin hi seitur atama amairo chu tun huna hian tam tak kan seidon lova claim te chau kan ron highlight ngai ila henga te hian life member ani mek Indian School Psychology Association INSPA Indian Science Congress Indian Academy of Applied Psychology Indian Psychologists Association of Northeast India Mizoram Psychology Association MPA henga te hian life member tuna hian ani mek ani achan chin hi seitur tam khop mai hun rei lo te chunga seizo sen mai chi ani lo atoi thiang ber hian ti hian han comment ta ila mibik le chuanom takani ti in achan chin tle mazong kan sei hon hi klipin du tok ri mai ila ani ang resource person when kan nei thei hi kan van nei hle ani le tuna chuan athule la kan ngai thlak chak em tun huna kan resource person kan speaker tur Professor C Lalfam Kimavarte hun mang turin ilo somang pukim ihun ain tan ta kalome
Ulan humo ralte facilitator kan rapporteur Dr. Lalmin Sangi INSPA kan tute Mizoram School Education Department kan ho tute le zirtir tu tele
zaman kang bitero ka divian to na
unaw te voina soi tura min ti hi topic hi ka chan chin an ron soi atanga ngai tua chuan a soi tur ber ka niang em ti ngai tua taila a soi om ber ka ni kherlo mi the ani khongain ka tonga fiam o mi lo fil them
sorry
moi
for
te
Afia.
video here on in off ringa ka screen a hian chu bang aron fia lo pal kha ka hlawa ole pu moi te khan in miron fak chiama a ka phulowa eng po ni se kan ho tu te hian an topic ron than hi voina kan topic tur kha kan hre thewin ka ringa critical thinking and creative thinking for secondary students ti khania hemia hian ti thei zir thei tam taka oma kan department hnuaya po abikin critical thinking creative thinking lam hoi research hi PhD te po kan lo nei ve to a chu nga wang chuan min ron thlang a topic awang hen min ron thlang ni tura kangaya ai nga po chu ni se I atlang puya kan hu chuate ron soi kan tum don nia tu na hian ka slide hi ron share ka tumanga in hu them
một thấy
sorry lagi
ole kan topic tur chu practices to improve critical and creative thinking of students ti khania han soi tan main a om ang ber tur nia ka hiat angin han soi ta angilangin sinot revival speaker ho hi ko khom taila mi te hi engtin nge kan tharang pian tharna thu hi engtin nge kan soyang tia speaker ho counselor ho ko khoma thu soi tur hi ka ang berin ka in fria rin na le pian tharna chung chang mi te kan han thil thina atopa chon an mani le an mani in an var po an mani le an mani in an ton lo chuan in shil a fia thei ani lo ti kha kan hriat chian theu ang bok hian voina kan topic a po hian critical thinking creative thinking hi kan zirlai te hna ingtin nge ke ni zirtir tu te hian kan hlan chhonang chu tiang nei thei tur chuan engtin nge kan kai hruai theiang ti kha kan soi tur ani dona ama saberin thinking kan ti hi han ngai tua ta angila ami zo tong chuanin kan ril ru kan man kha ani mei om ania ma selangin ril ru mang theu theu kan man da na in ang lowa kan ril ru kan manin a hong a in ang lowa engeng ni screen a hian annotation request ti hi ka donga engti na nge ni
Kau kan just allow request so me that till I'm not me pal velania allow request allow accept lo tok me ro
chuan chu ba ka chuan kan ril ru kan suang tu na chi frang frang kan zel din te po ani theya chu ba ka chuan kan ngai tua manga kan ngai tua na manga ngai dan kan siam thutluk na kan siam chi frang frang kha ani the ni chung chu kan ril ru te mangin kan chia le thian na kan zel din na te mangin thutluk na siam turin thil chi frang frang kan ngai tua thina kan ngai tua te chu mi hring po nianga enge mo leilunga thil om anianga hun bi le thil kheng chi frang frang te ani the ani a eng ti kong zong point han ngai tua tai langin mi hring tu te point an ngai tua na an han man tak chuan atopa chuan thil tha a thlen nge thina a tha lo zong in ngai tua na po han nei thin ma selangin atopa chuan a tha emo a tha lo emo a thima mo a eng zong in emo ngai tua na han hmang thin ma selangin atlang puin mihring pa ngai in ama le midang te ngai tua asuang tua na te azel din na te manga ngai dan asiam to chuan ama emo midang te tan emo thil thathen tu tur nia lang ngai dan kha asiam thin ani tuna hnuaya lema kan en tirang hian ngai dan kan siam ma in din mun e conceptualization tia hian kan om thina ti chuan chu din mun atang chuan ngai dan siam felin du thanna nein atak takin mang
atop tlat mai a
sar kha lo ngak lo kila internet connection amuang do le kan email or lu le the meng chu lo ngak lo ka ngwa khangai kan nga chungin hemi session zo hian lunch break ka kan nei do na chumi zo session dang kan nei le nga langa chuan kha valedictory program kha na ron zui hal don ni ti kha kan han soi thar le duwa chuan kan second session kan session kan hina zo khan feedback link kan ron post le don ani chu chat box khan kan lo ngai changa YouTube lo tanga ron zom pe khachuan nimina kan tiang khan ka organizers te kha kan ron deal le me don nia sir
phone zo chia ki ma alo shelo wa
okay chon participants kan ko ngain kan phone kan mute sha mi la tero disturbance som lo nan khan
feedback phong phang từ vào mới rồi thằng đầu đôn
hemi session kan hina zo kan post session kan hina
hello kan resource person kha signal alo chia a karon try thale don ti lo ha lo kang o
oya chat box kan bang na sa zok se
ole
zo na ka chat box ha non zo zel la o chat box ma bok kan lo chang do nia session la ya engam zo na kan ni chon
아니에요. 이게 unmuted.
나 칼라 찰로래 나 미사
có cái audio flow comment thì được
실로
oh sir from Kim can you hear me
la lut lo mi
좀 주실 때 있다
karon try le anga tia mo
lo go lo zo ko se alin connect full lo din kari
anya moya technical session kha soila pani oin kha an shenon le do ne ka technical session
voina kan technical session te hi tunan 11:15 na tanga 12:15 chunga hian professor Cyril from Kimavar te in aron mang mekania ta hian practices to improve critical and creative thinking of students the topic mangin punar mangdona kan facilitator hi pulan ming mo yaral te nia kan rapporteur hi dalming sangi ani chuan chu bizoa lunch break kha dar som pani 11 minutes som pang tanga dar kha thleng kan neyanga chuan dar khata technical session 2 kan tan lenga chuta chuan doctor lerem ruati in hunarat mangdona psychological first aid topic mangin hunarat mangdona ni chuta chuan facilitator e doctor lerem ruati pachuau ani nga rapporteur hi ebenezer lal tu saka khakadar ni thleng ani dona chuan dar ni le minute som ma hen valedictory program kha kan manga chu Dr. Juliet la remoiral te co-convener in a huston ani
sir signal khala thalo reng tinami
ala ngak deuh nin aron lutumek ani hi hei aron share thalia slides po
ole hello mome
hello min the them
yes sir kan che thei che loud and clear
sẽ thấy á các một thế sir
le kan wifi ron me kare na om lo
kan một thấy tốt chứ
oh sir
thank you thôi lại chi nghe kan soi
sir kan mu thei to che
the thinking like ha sir so
Thinking
than
is
kha
same
ko
ke.
lo me thei
ka trong in the them
che thei sir
một thấy châu ạ
Oh, có thế à?
thinking kan
thấy á
mami mami tu kan otte tong hian sa the hello
oh sir i video ka dule off de la apoi la fanga
video ka dule
chak
off
din
de
so
la
na
apoi la fanga chak din so na
ngor ti churi nge kan network hi chak vak lo ni nge
thế nghe các tông hiền sẽ thấy problem
abul tang khan soi lo loi la ti khan ka trong in the them o
tang khan soi lo loi la kan ka tong in demo
oh sir kan che thei
mo ya
yes sir yes sir kan che thei
Oh, có thế.
abak mok na sabe
abak ko na sabe
chiang lâu khóc mà sao
hello
oh participants kan audio khong ai lo
kan
off
audio
ka
ko
ngo
ai lo off ka ngo
please let us all mute ourselves
mute ourselves
هني ماشي تعرف حكي معي بين هنشوف فايل معي هو كده كان شوف فايل حتى تعرف كان ده هو بقى تو بقى ده هي بوين صاروا في الابراج زو كتو هي لكن يا
Participant zong khan không ai takin in microphone le video ka off vek te u. In microphone ka off vek te u le. Participant
Hello?
zong khan please in.
ava mang an thak ve moi te ka trong in the them
sir is like hi min lo email talak ka lo share sak mai don che mi helama
Oh,
tak
le
cho
asia thei to
audio
e
ru khala
pukim.
nang man
Itong asia thei ya participant te hian an le mute kim lo de u le ka.
ole ngor whatsapp a hen ron thot che kan to mi
yes sir what's up papo pe lo
ke ma kan net thi
Microphone
ni
mute lo khan lo mute la jon in kan speaker te sei re te yang.
asa nang malam man email
email a ngor kan tu mong e o
whatsapp or email khoi mozo sa mi lo thon la ka lo share don ya chon
nya ke ma hi mo ni i han ka trong khain thawek box ya ro
i tong chu kan share
Oh, sorry, screen share ka han
ngor
close la.
kan tum le kan ron thon zon
Screen share shim ka han close te, sir.
ole Hello.
Oh.
I'm close to him. Tikhan ka screen share ka.
Ala in close lo ke ma chuan.
Lên close pham kim lâu tlat mai. Viewing silal pham kim avarte supplication tiare in siak renge.
Có thể thật gốc về.
Lâu sẽ tiêm phram mang o ba ati iron lu thi meka. Fel mayang long hak phram ila do thi takin o.
Technical issue hi nia le zau thina participants te po milo se thiam sha mula helama tin nge kan anti fel dan vat kalo ngai to don nia
Voi ni dar ga ben kan zo ki mang de.
kan speaker kan han the McDonald network issue hi ni dewa phone call pot lang make hi shi lawani ha lu ko ngo ko ngai
Oh, moya.
Kan speaker hi network at fu lo wangin lo ngak ram tramila a screen share kha hei kan host ne na mohian ron thona tuma chu po chu a network that lo thu da wangin akal hei thei lo bani tuna khan phone in kan in bezo chia lo ngak ram tramang o
Kan nga
Ồ,
chungin
con rất hiếm đấy.
kan nga chungin hun tlem kan lo la lokanga kan sha chawangin tuna kan
mapari or riat le to lo
Ồ, yêu thiệt lộ đấy em.
kalau in mute palani kan
Ồ,
sei
có rất
chale
hiếm.
ange
Ồ,
kan sha cheu angin hemi kan program hi kan workshop hi Indian School Psychology Association in spa kan ti a hemi le school education department ina kan hoi hot ani a tun hi atum li na ani ni kuma khan voi thum higher secondary teachers te secondary teachers le elementary teachers tan khan voi thum kan lo hoi hot to ani a tu chuanin kan sei du chu hemi Indian School Psychology Association a hianin a member ni du tan member ani the renga a school angpon amimal angpon I heta hianin member te hian member te tan hianin tuna kan workshop ang chi hi training te le workshop ang course sang sang hi I attend tur hi national level ate a renga ni ti kha kan sei du a tin state level angpon school ang big te le ingen yang school ang tepon psychology chungcha nga te le no pang enkol dan chungcha nga te pui le shil shiat in du chuan kan renga ni ti kha kan soi do a nimina kan president Dr. Panch Ramalingaman asoi ang khanin module sang sang kan neya azir inzirtir na tur module sang sang hi kan neya school psychology chungchang te life skills inzirtir te hi poi mo em ani tun lai khovela har sakna machondan hi kan naute thalai no pangzo khianin nuna har sat na machondan hi kan thiam lo em achutiang inzirtir na life skills kan ti a hemi WHO wina life skills som poimo zwal athan chwa te khang angte inzirtir na te po kha azirtir na module hi kan nei veka voinia tuna kan session man lai mek critical thinking le creative thinking te po hi life skills ani a no pangte kan zir lai te na an mamo em ani a tin heng ba ka hian stress management kan ti te tin nimina po kan resource persons ten an soi to ang khan hemi assertiveness training kan ti te hoi hom taka tin tlang taka mani ngai dan soi thiam te mo refusal skills te po nimina Dr. Balana na soi angte khang angte tin counseling skills kan ti te sang hi in zirtir tur in shil tur awareness siam tur tam tak hi ala omani a khang ang zong kha Indian School Psychology Association hian kan pe theya kan thok ho thei reng ani nangmani lamina inin huama in du phot chuan min ron som thei ani ti kha kan soi du a the organizing member te kan number kan contact number in nei veka a school angpon min ron som thei ani ti kha kan soi tel du ani ti chuan Dr. Moyana nimina po khana soi to a Mizoram Psychological Association hi kan omboka psychology zirlai tele zirtir tu te in telcom association kan oma chuta po chon member kan ni veka kini ho po hianin sang a counseling skills thlengin nimina po an soilan to ang khan anga khanin kanin pui thei renga ni ti kha kan soi du ani tunlai khovel thangzela technology asang to boxi a no pangte social media lama hianin an chak em a kan shiat a hian an advance ani an ngai to an le an thil thiam hi an advance em ani a chuwang chuanin heng zong a hianin kan kai hruai kan chan pui an ngai ani lo chuan a che zonga a hong kha an nuna a thlen chuanin har sat na tam tak emotional problem kan ti te nimina pon sei vek to kha mo behavioral problem kan ti ang chi zong kha a thleng theya khanga khan kanin pui the ani ti kha ka han tar lang do a ti chuan member kan ni du chuan in spa bi ka hianin member kan ni du chuanin organizing committee member te hi min ron zot chiang anga ti chuanin kan in puiton the ani ti kha kan soi du ani o moya kan in pe to em
Lain pe lo deuh sar hian aron la thon the lo tlat me heya ani te lamuang deuh ni na lang
ani tak chu o ti chuanin kan facilitator pumoi te pulaming moiral te kuta kan lan song le ange ani khan soi tur eni mo ani karing
tuna ron soi kun kartla ron mang tu kha doctor nilmai lovin professor rin pari ralte ani tuna state convener hi ani pachunga university college chathok mekani tuna hian inspa organizing committee te hi hun kartla ani boka lo in mel hriatir ta ila thamei omin kan hria pufam kema kan speaker tur hi tuna hian signal ale nei thalo le maya kan nga ka aron that mei kan be seya a screen share po ale ron thon thei lova chumi chungte chu organizing committee member ho te hi kan lawin mel hriatir anga ka mel hriatir piang te kha an minga sei piang te kha in ban lo phar zelula atha ange chuan masabera chuan kan state convener professor rin pari ralte ban lo phar te se nichina thuron sei zo chia kha state convener ani nikuma po he inspa tang hian award adong nge to ani pachunga university college a khuan professor ni in head of department psychology department ani bokani ti kha kan sei do tin organizing secretary hi amela lang thiem organizing secretary hi grace ye lo ka omem ka mu mi lo grace lal khong ai he lo omem ka mu lo fa chuan lo pan lo phar sela pani sela organizing secretary hi grace lal khong ai ani doctor grace lal khong ai Saint Xavier College akhuan assistant professor ani ani hi tun truma buai takmaya he program hlotlin nana thei top chuatu ani aha hle ani ani hi tun truma hian atangkai hle aha fal hle bokin ka ria kan soi lang ani chu nula aleni nia ti chuan co convener hi pahni an oma co convener pakhat zawk chu tuna kan host mek Dr. Moya kan ti hi ani ban lo phar zeu sela atha nge Moya kha Moya hi kan co host ani ani hi doctor ani Mizoram University akhuan assistant professor ani mek pok ani chuan Dr. Julia ti hi alang thei chuan atmel ron tilang velok sela Dr. Julia hela hi lo langa ani hi associate professor ani Mizoram college a chuan zirlai nga ber te zingami rang bana college a hian athok mek ani nikuma organizing secretary ania aha lutuka voi khat phei chu atlu top mai ni an mutop mai ni chu ti khopa a thok the chu nia kumina chuanin kan han ol de hleka to ani hi kan Juliati ani ti chuan organizing members hian ke ka omve thunga nikuma ko convener in ko oma ni ko organizing ko ani associate Juliati kha associate professor Rangmana college kan ti to in khria ko convener ani khang ho kha organizing members te bi kan ni tin tun tuma hian kan rapachir te mi buai tak tak an om hloma chung ho chu an ming ka soi kim thei lo palang ti ka hlau de wa soi vek lo mei la an buai em a kan thil ti zong zong hi an lo record thlapa fel takin ti hian report an pele vek dona chung te chu ani a chuan thil pakhat kan soi bel du chu nimina kan program kha speaker pathum tura khan pali kha kan han thata a a tha to mo tukim
Asiam via wa maseka network here stable lo mo
ole
mo ya khan email hello check set up email khan up PowerPoint karon tho
ole
tikan ka screen sharing but here
le tu na chuan moya alef aron lange tikan moya ne tu na kan speaker kuta ilan zuyang kan speaker in hun ron mang chun zum le sela athange
ka video kha karon off
athame yang tikan afia try diesel ro le
phone attain karon zom topa soi zung zung mai la hun te lo liam hnem to sia min lo ngai dam don nia ti chuan kan soi tong khan thinking kan han ti chuan kan thinking hianin point a ngai ruat na suang tu na thil la hre chiang lo atul ma mo la kho min conceptualization stage ha kan om thina chuan chu ta tang chuan thil om zenei kan ngai to na te mangin thil om zenei atak taka kan taksa te pen chuakin kan kutke te mangin kan oka te manga pen chuakin ngai dan siam felin thilti kan nei thina chu thilti thleng tur chuan an kara khan thinking kan ti kha aron om thina chu tuna amilema kan huang khian cognitive processing kan ti mea kan thil hria thang te kan thil ton thang te kha kan ngai tuana kan suang tuana ngai dan siamin kan khoma chung chu kan buat saya kan siam rema atopa kan ngai dan siamin atakin thil kan ti thina kan pen chuak thina ni chon moya dot le khale next please
okay
no chuan kan topic a khan han lut ngal ta mela critical thinking kan han ti ta hemia hi chuanin kan the them
sir thre the
ka tong
chiang le
internet ko chiang le lo ina ke malama ka chiang lo thina min lo the thiam don nia
sari tong kha phia thale tuk
ole kalome critical thinking kan han ti chuan enge niang thil chi frang kan han ngai tua khan lom ni in kan then theyanga kan ru kan pek dan atang te pakhat na chuan ke mania khan kan ngai tua na te om zenei tangkai thazok mang thei turin ke mania khan thiam na ngai tua thiam na kan in buat sai thei thina chu ngai tua thiam na chuan kan ngai tua turte rang takle thataka flok zoka ngai tua thiam thei turin min buat sai thina tin apani na chuan ke mania khan ngai tua dan kong bik ngai tua dan hoizong ngai tua dan kong frang kha ke mania lo in siam thina chung chuanin atopa kan ngai dan kan siama atak taka kan thil ngai tua te kan han pi khanin thil om zenei atak taka ke manin mo phur ngeya hei ka tiani tia manin mo phura atak taka thil ti kha thlen thina ni ti chuan thinking naran nilowin critical thinking thil engemo kan hriat thar mei ke mania kan da khom ringot memoria handa ringot khani lowa tin chu ba ka chuan ati dan thiam bi kan nei naran kan man tlang lon ringot khani lawa chuan a top bera chuan anin mo in phurmia lawa ke main hei ka ti nge ni ti po ngai tua me lawa kan ti liam mai me ang chi ang kha thinking kan ti a chuan a tel ve lawa ni. Next slide please. Ti chuan creative thinking kan tia khan kal ngal me teila creative thinking kan han ti chuan thil thar danglam min an ti zen zen lo ang chi ti thei tura kan ngai tua na te kan ngai ruat na te kan man kha ania chu chuan in hung thazok ngai tua dan thar thir dan thar ti dan thazok a thlen thin ani tin chu ba ka chuan in ke mani kan chung ri la khanin khatiang ang mi ti ngai zen zen lo ngai dan thar ngai dan thazok ti dan thazok ngai tua chuak thei tur khan ke mani ngai tua na te akal kong chi hrang hrang kha ke mani chunga kha ain exercise a ain siam rema ti chuan ngai tua na chak jok ngai tua na thazok mangin ngai dan thar ti dan thar kan ngai tua chuak thei thin ani ti chuan in thil thar ti dan thar hriat thiam dan thar ngai tua dan thar hoi dan thar bidang te fil fia dan thar kha kan lo hre thei thin ani. Next slide please. Ti chuan mihring hian thil chi hrang hrang hriat dan thil thar kan hriat dan chinga a hlomin kan nei theianga a pakhat na chuan kan chia le tha hriat na pangaya ke mani ni oma kan hriat ang chi kha fin fiana om lem lo intuition kan tiang chi kha om theya tin chu ba ka chuan in kan zirtir tu te nu le pa te kan hruai tu te kan ho tu te mi chi hrang hrang in hei hian ni dana lom an tia han pom mai ang chi kha kan nei boka tin chu ba ka a chan le wang ni om thei tak tak engemaw kan hriat awanga thil ke mania kan ngai tuana thil thar ti dan thar ni om anga kan hriat awanga thil hria nia kan in hriat na kha a om le a tin adot le a chuanin a chan le wang om zenei nge ataka kan mu amo kan hriat emo lo thleng awang khan thil thar kan hre thei bok thina tin a top bera chuan tun lai khovela subject hrang hranga kan man thin angin scientific method an ti mai om zenein ti dan bik nein kalphung thazok nein thil thar hriat dan kan nei ta a chu dana chuan alo thei loin control kan ti me a kan ngai dan te atanga bi akal tur khan azom khom dan bik atel lo tur te paya control dan kha kan siam thei thina tin chu ba ka chuanin kha ngai dan kha thil thar atanga bi akal thei tura ngai dan kan lak khom dan kha azom khom na tel tur te than dan bik randomization kan ti mai kha kan nei thei boka chung dan hmang chuan atak taka kan mitle kan mitina mule benga hriat te chi hrang hrang ron om khom da khom zela thil om zenei kan siam angkha kan ngai tu achua kan hriat thar angkha scientific method of knowing an ti chu alo ni ta ni ti chuan next slide please. Khatia ang thil chi hrang hrang ngai tua hre thei tur khan mihring hianin ke mania hianin psychological foundation kan ti mea chung chu chi hrang hrang a om ta a pakhat na chuan kan hredeu vekin karinga Maslow hierarchy of needs an ti mei human motivation an ti bok khania anhuai bera hian eile in te eile bar lo thei lo an nunga atak taka che tura kan mamo te oma ato bera asang bera chuan self actualization kan ti menga tunge kan ni enge ka thei lo ti in hrechianga mani le mani kan thei chin le thei do chin in hrechiang tak tak din mun kha a om thei boka akara khan din mun hrang hrang atlang puya chuan psychological needs kan ti mei mihring ina mi zinga om tura chenga seiliana midang te anga nung tura kan mamo tlang lon khaw mani a hnuai ber kha han enta angilangin a hnuai bera chuanin mihringina ani tin nuna mamo eile in kha athupui ania wang khanin khovel a thirna critical thinking creative thinking nei kha har ema ti chuan he need hierarchy a hian kan lon sana atopa po han om mai langin abul bera chuan a hnuai bera kan mamo eile in sille fen khi ala kan lama mo ring thoni chuwang chuan heng kan mamo chrang te ngai tua tel hi angai thin bokani apanina chuan johari window kan timenga lema hian amaina fia veka han en wang ta ula mishing hian kan hriat le midang te poin an hriat open area te oma chutiang chuan keinin kan hriat lo mi pon an hriat bik lo unknown area te kan hriat si midangin an hriat ve lo hidden facade ke mani chungri la kan da that ang kha omani entinan tuna local form ho chuan a tam ber chon nupui pasal kan nei tonga kan nupui te kan pasal ten an hriat lem lo ke manin kan hriat veng hrelo tura kan du te po tam thei ome ale lama chon keinin kan hriat lo midang in an hriat si kha om ve le thunga khatiang anga khan mihring kha ama kha blind spot ta khan om thina heng ang din hun thrang a hian han enta ang ulangin a bikin blind spot a ka om chuan critical thinking creative thinking nei te kha a har thina ni next slide please ti chuan a dot le chuan mihring hian thrang kan neya kan personality kan timenga chung ang chu voina local te chuan kan hre thiam tlang vekin karinga khang mil khan ke mani zebi ke mani nene in pebi kan thiam bi kha kan ron soizau zelanga nakina ke mani hoizong kan zia kan zekhet kha ke mani zebul kha omani khang thrang ang kha enneagram kan timenga nakina powerpoint hi adu tan chuan kan ho tu ten an ron share tura kangaya mani mi mala lo en thei turin ti chuan amalte te khan han enta ang ula achiever ti te tin he lama ke ma phei chuan in amilem hi karon hu chiang hlei thei lowa enthusiast ti te khatia ang kha mi chi thrang kha kan om thei thina he ta kan soi tu chu kan zebul pui heng chi thrang psychology dan manga kan than ba ka hianin mihring then khat hianin zebi kan ne a then khat chu savom ang mea mani bul mani ban phak tok bak ngai tua lo ten omani chuan ale lama chuan mi then khat chu eagle van sang a thoka khovel zuthir mi then khat phei chuan an thlir thiam le zuala mani ngai tua na kha van sang an thotira an mani khami te zinga om angin engtia om tur nge engtinge kan om kho mang ti khan khovel an thlir thiam thei thinani ten chu ba ka chuanin dragon ten ti mea hetiang anga khovel thlir ho chuan sabu mangin an bulvel mi te an ban pha ka mi te thachak tak mangin an hne theya atul chuan thanein van sanga thokin ran nung dang ten an nei lo ang enge niang me alte tho chuak khial thei khopang thil ti theina te kha an mani an nei thina mi then khatero chu enge niang chimbuk ang te mi then khat chu thuro anga nun nem te then khat le thung chu hippopotamus amo black mamba ang me a midang ta na hla om nai ngam lo ang chi kha an om thei bok thina ni next slide please khatiang thrang nei kha kan classroom a khan zirlai no pangten obani ti kha kan ngai tuat chua apoimo ni chuanin adot le a chuanin amilema khian maths formula ang deuh ten achunga khian a heading karon da amilema kan huang khian kan sensation chi thrang kan mit kan beng kan nar kan vun kan khoi theina chi thrang ang kha a oma khami manga khovel kan han ma chon khan kan rilru atak taka kan va peka capital A ang khian attention kan va pek chuan mihring khan thil hriat omzia nei tir kan nei thina ni kan kutin ava khoi kha kan ngai tua na tenen kan rilru tak kan pek chuan kan kutin enge khoi ti kan va hrethin ang khan sensation kan han nei khan chu kan sensation a chuan kan ril ru kan pek chuan thil hriat theina chia le tha hriat na enge ani ti hriat na perception kan lo nei thin ani chung chi hrang hrang te chu kan han da khoma kan hriat thei tuna ka kutina khoi ka bengina hriat ka mitin a hmu ba ka bul vela thil chi hrang hrang ka hriat na ke mai na ka chia le tha hriat na chi hrang hrang in zom khom om khom ka chia le tha hriat na khovel kha cognitive psychology kan ti chuani ta ni chu chuanin tunge ka ni ti te tunge min a hnuaya amilema kan huang hianin self concept ke mania khan aron siam ta tunge nia ka in hriat tia dar thalanga ka in en angte tin chu ba ka tunge nia ka ke ma hi tunge nia in hriat ka du mi te po hian tunge nin min hria se ka du tiang te kha kan lo nei thina chung hmang chuan ke ma ni kha midang te zinga kanin lan tir thina ni next slide please chuan critical thinking kan han ti chuan ngai to na hmang lo tu mi hring nge omanga tuin nge ngai to na hmang lo wang kan ti mei theya ni e kan ngai to na hi ama ngau chuan thil om ze nei tak ani lem lowa abikin kan ngai to na hian than bik du sak bik te anei thina chu ba ka kan ngai to na hi ati boi thei tu atam em tu na kan ron soi zo chiang khan kan mitina hmu te kan bengina hriat te azia ka kan chiar te aloin ang vek lowa chuwang chon kan ngai to na hi ama chau chuan arin tlak em lem lowa siam rem khal ngil her mil alongai thina ni ti chuanin kan ngai to na te mang chuan mi tin nun kan manga angai tuat hiam deuh chu an nun anuam dewa angai tuat hiam lo deuh chu an nun a lo rual rem lo thina lo harasa thina ni ti chuan ngai to na mang thiama ngai to na om zeneya atak then tir thei ngai to na mihringa tu hi atira kan ron soi to ang khan speaker chi hrang sinot revival kan ti te ko hrang in speaker hrang kan nei te counselor ten pian tharna thu an han soi tur au khoma hetiang ang hian soi ro tiang deuh din hmuna khan ding nin ka in ria khatiang ang deuh khan ngai tuana a thazok omzenei hlok zok rang zok chak zok thazok ka mang thei tur hian kan ngai tuana te khal ngil hi aman atowa chuwang chuan education man po hi ato em a kan ngai to ngai lo classroom a kan han om kan fipek zong te khami tura school kalkong kan uniform le kan le khabuman hrang te sarkar le pol hrang te pon school ten siama chunga zirtir tu te hlo te kaman hi atam em ani chu critical thinking ngai tuana om zenei achia le atha le apoi mo lai chi hrang te hol kim ngai tuana critical kan thinking kan pi mei khan ain dot te in step hrang anea apakhat na chuan identification kan ti menga enge ni om engtinge om engdin hmuna nge om engtinge ka ngai tu ngai ti kha kan hriat masak angaya enge ka ngai tu ber tur ti kha din hun masa ber chuni ani chuan a pahnina chuan enge ka ngai tu tur ti ka hriat nu chuan engtinge ka ngai tuang a tur hrang te enge ni ti kha ka ngai tu le ngai ta a he ngai tu na hmanga ngai dan siam tur hian engtinge ka mamo ka research angai ta ni chuanin a pathum na chuan enge ka ngai tu na diklo om theite heng ka ngai tu na hian heng ngai tu na chi hrang ka man hianin a engtinge ka ti sual pal thei ai nga te hian nge ngai dan ka siam ngai dan diklo ngai dan fu lo ka siam thei ti te manin kanin ngai tu chian angai ma chuan adot le a chuan heng ngai dan te siam taila engtenge atopa ngai dan chi hrang lo chuak thei te eng thut luk na chi hrang enge lo om thei ti kha kan ngai tu angai ta ti chuan apanga na chuan ka ngai tu chhuak atira ka ngai tua ngai atanga ka ngai tua chua chuan enge min khen enge apoi mo na chu enge keima le midang ke tan hnem nan na ti kha kan ngai tua lenga ti chuan a top bera chuan a aya thazok ngai tua da na omem ti kha kan ngai tua nga kha cycle kha keima ni akalanga chuan a topa chuan ngai tua na thazok critical thinking ke mania aron thleng thei don ni ti chuan critical kan thinking kan ti chu ama a top lowa akwala ti khan a in siam rema ti chuan voi le khata ngai dan siam loin hun kan ne ni chuan voi tam tak kan ngai tua non khan a ngai tua tu thuak a tam phei chuan ngai dan thazok alo chuak thin ani so next slide please khang ngai tua na thazok omzenei thar danglam ron chuak thei tura ke mania ngai to na sang kan nei theina tur min dal tu te pakhat na chuanin kanzir lai te pon heng hi an ron chin ani karing thina eng po ni se eng thil eng po me an ma chona piang complain ching hi classroom a po in nei vein karinga abikin mi mal pahni khat le kamo enga po ni se complain sim zong ngai to na mang khan oma khang ho ngai to na po kha kan classroom thazok nei theinan chuan apoi mo thoni che ta zirtir tu awai ngai to tu tan chuan apoi mo ni ti kha kan hret apoi mo ni ti chuan a dot le chuan worry emo anxiety kan ti menga ma ani le midang te kan ngai to le lutuka chuwang chuan kan ngai to na ten thil thazok a thlen thei tur kong dal khopin ke mania khan worry le anxiety kha alo na sa thina ni ti chuan a dot le chuan the comfort zone kan ti menga mitam ber chuan ti hian kan om dan pa nga hi thalom tin tu te moro re lang dewin thil thar thazok po om mareng hereng to mai langin ati dan thazok kan hriat to tu pon kan ti dan nga hi tha ti tlat mani lung oi na zo na mani indu tok ne ya ale pek pen ngam lo na kan nei thin ani tin chu ba ka chuan natural inhibiting factors karon ti mea mani chung kwa kan sum le pai din huna te kan chung kwa in una wan tam si ti ang te wanga zirna sang zok thazok pen theilo te po kan tamin karing tin chu ba ka kan ko thran le khotlang ngai dan te kan ram bil kan bial bil kan omna area chau bom chunga tanga ngai to na kan man thin te hian creative thinking adal thin ani tin chu ba ka chuanin ngai to na engemo athar kan han nei ta manin kan han pai wang ami hne na kan soidu lowa entinan sikul chungchang kan sikul kaldan phung tur te po mani ngai dan ngai to na thara kan han nei ta te skolin thopui te hne na han soin thai ti vem tin ngai dan lakwal lovin soi chok lovin kan pai troi mei thina ngai dan thatak tak kha ti khan kan chum lum thina chuwang chon kan ngai to na te kha midang te hril ve in midang te ron kwalin atha angem ti hian ti taila tin ngai dan zau zok te han la taila khang khanin creative thinking kha a thlen thina ni tin chu ba ka chuanin ke mani hian mihring hian chapona mitinin kan nei thewa kha chapona wanga kan ngai to na te enge niang limit chin ne ya ngai to na nei kan ching thina ke mani theina chin ba ka a thei zok ten an lati thei tur chi hrang om ma selangin mani kan in da poimo wang khan kan ngai to na te khan bom chin atul bik chin aya ngai to na thazok theng thei tura ngai to dan man thiam na te khamin dal thina ni tin adot le chuan kathiam to viau emotia indu tok khiol em a atul bak kathang to lo man tia tu te mo te pe chuan in then khat chuan in phd ten han thenga zir tur zong zir zo to ni ang ten an hin hanin soya ni phd kan thlen chia hian voina kan topic hiaron apoimo zia kan thethiam thar chia abul tanga zirngai kan ni ti kanin thethiam tan don ni aum zia chu research nei renga abula tanga zir reng tur kan ni ti kha kan thria tangaya kan zira kan in tuai sem thar reng lo chuan ti dan thar ngai tua dan thar ti dan thazo kan hre thei don lo ni tin chu baka chuan aminga khan assume perceptions karon ti mea ngai dan nei sa hi mihring hian kan nei ve hrim hrima stereotyping te kan ti menga chutia ang ke mani na eng polo theng sela thil kan va thlir ta kan han ngai tua ta ngai dan bi ke mani ang nget tak kan nei te hi mani le mani a thiet vek kher lo poin chuti lo zong chuan ngai dan om them tiang kha ke mani a khan kan in hon apoi mo ni chuti ni lo chuan ke mani a assume perception khanin clear dan kan thlir thui thei ta dan zong kha kan thlir zau thei dan zong kha min lo dal thin ani next slide please chuanin adot le chuan creativity chungchang hi han ngai tua tai langin mitin mei hi kan vai mei hian kan creative vek ani nima selangin kan creativity hi han ngai tua tai la motor ang deuh hian kan ngai tua thenga motor chu a khol rang apat rang hi amilema kan ron enti rang hian cognitive psychology lem ang hian motor hi han ngai tua ta angulangin peng rang anea a headlight te ke te a engine te tikhan atul rang kha omani maselangin motor hi a engkim thavek atlan chu anal em a tha em ma sengin a zonga za hi amamo vek kher lowani chutiang che chuan kan perception te kan attention te kan memory te tin chu baka intelligence language thinking problem solving khang chi rang te kha mihring kha motor anga tikal thei tur khan atul thina chung chuan na an tho that chuan kan motor khan a thok thame ni entirnan in motor in car tharnal tak mai khan ngai tua tang ula bungrua nok tak bollo te pai nan chuan awi em ani nima selangin motor then khat fluid deuh to that takala tlan thei si a engine thabok si chu bollo pai nan chuan a thale em thung si ni chu wang chuan mihring ina kan nei kan theina ke mani om chi rang hi creativity emo critical thinking atan hian a zonga zain a tulin apoimo vek kherlawa avaya thavek jack of all trades master of everything te chu anlo ompo ni the nima selangin a zonga za hian kan mamo vek lowa mit thalo deuh po zirtir tu that tak ani theya bengfia lo deuh po zirtir tu that tak ani theya kutbul ke bai te po an ni thei vek ani chuwang chuanin kan tak sapeng rang ang bok khan kan ngai tua na te then khat thin che em te then khat zaidam em te khang ho tang khom ho khan mihring om khom asiama chung chuanin thil tha thil thar a thlen thina ti dan thazok a thlen thina ni next slide please ti chuan mihringa engen yang critical thinking emo creative thinking emo thleng tur chuan ke mani hian min motivate tu min ti phur tu min chok tho tu kan mamoni chung min chok phura min chok tho thei tur chuan ke mani a hian aptitude kan han ti menga theina thiamna nichina atira kan ron soitong khan skill big ke mani hian kan nei ve hrim angai ni kan hoilam kan tilthen lam kan tiang deuh kha kan nei ve ngaya mani tilthen na lam kha kan hria tangaya chumia chuan mi tu te po skill big an lo nei chuan an lo tuya an lo phura tui zong hom ti zong phur zong kan nei theu ang hian ke mania khan min ron chok phura thil min ti tir tu min motivate tu kha aron om thin ani entinan kan taksa kan physical body kan en taila apeng frang in ziak ang hian kan che le tharian na mit beng le na senses te ke mani system chi frang ok ngai tua taila kan chuak le chia le thasian na chi sang in form te kan kin pai troi na kan chakong te chu tiang bokin kan chuap le thil dang te ta tho chi sang kha khang ho khan na chi sang an thoka chung chuan ke ma ni khan structure mi hring kan ni phu kan tak sa khan siam ani tin chu kan in that an tho tin chu ba ka hey to la ko vela chuan Tulai khopla chuani antagonistic function kan ti me anga na BP sang te zun thum te kan om thin ani abikin zun thum hi example a han mang ta angilangin ke mani taksa khan thum siam tu an oma chutiang bok chuan ale lama thum in siam tur veng tu an oma khang kha a balance nan thonga ani chutiang ang chu ke mania imbalance thataka om chuan tu emoni po khan in zun thum nei lovin adam chung nun kha amang thei dona a imbalance thalo te chu an zun alo thuma chuan khatiang ang khan har sakna rang kha kan taksa kan nei the ani chung chuan in atopa chuan imbalance tur a imbalance lo te an ha tho tur an tho that lo te khan kan taksa alo frisel lo thin ani chutiang bok chuan kan cognitive mental area a khan thil tru sang a om vele ta tunge nia ka in hriat ti te trong mang ka thiam lo em ti te ni china alema kan entir to ang khan cognitive psychology peng rang thil ka chin chia theina te ka zebi ke ma zebul zehet ka nei te tin ka thil hriat chi rang atul dan anga ka man thiam thei me na intelligence kan ti te tin chu ba ka chia le thriat na ke mania chia le thriat na om morality diklo kan thiar thiam theina te kha khang ho khanin heng cognitive o amo mental kan ti bom chunga mi te hianin atopa chuan chia le thak kan thiar thiam dan kha aron thil fia thina ni chuanin atop bera chuan psychosocial kan ti menga ni china kan soitong khan apoi mo lo la hi om meu lo chung kwa te thian le tha te lekha kan zir pui te kan zir tir tu pui te khatia angkha an poi mo tel veka chung ho nen chuan kan in zom dan te khotlanga kadin munte kasa khuate tin chu baka kan zirna in le kan zirna in kai khoi tu kan sarkar thlengin apoi mo ni heta hian apoi mo khati em chu abikin kan zirna in te hian ya pachung college chakal to thin kan ya science subject a BSc ka zawani ti chuan BSc kan zirla hian psychology ka zir chak em a chuan kan prospectus a po BSc chunga psychology zir theina oma kan deal tangeya atopa chuan kan college pui timetable ati buai vek don psychology chu arts lam hoin an labika science atanga ivalak ve chuan science le arts ho timetable ati buai dona a hran pa kan siam thei kha nang ma wang chawin science le arts timetable a in mil khom angai dona chuwang chuan psychology hi la lo la zoology zirla an pia ti chuan zoology zir theinan chuan nehu hun laian head of department min zo saka ti chuan zoology ka zir chuan psychology astara ka zir zom thei dona ni ti min thila wangin psychology kha BSc a ka zir talowani khati ang khan kan institution hian tun lai khowela chuan na min thena kan institution a thu nei tu te kan sarkar po hianin harsat na min then thina ni achan chu entirnan science subject and rocket science le language le ma lai thil lui zirna lam anthropology te han zir du taila India ram chunga chon khoi kole chama hian zirna hmun om lo ani ma selangin sabram mun frang ata chon UK a phei chon sang khat zakwa somli pakwa vel khan khatiang ang discipline chi frang stream big anti top to ni kan university ange po kan meeting point to ate soi ve to thina kum som sari vel chon kan tlai to tunlai khovela chuan ngai to na thar nein kan institution te kan family kan society kan religion kan sarkar thlengina mi thazo ngai to an thiam zo critical thinking le creative thinking mang thei tur an lo chor chuana dal tu nia lang chi frang te hi zoi kan in siam rem apoi mo em ani ti kha kan soi du ani chuan next slide please arei ta vio me ka soi zung zung anga entirnan I kan chia le thriat na pang paruk te kan ti deu bik anga a paruk na hi kan instinct a bikin mei chia te hi chuan an instinctual ability hi a thadeu bik tura kan han ngaya a bikin nu le no te inzom khom na te kan han ngai to hian khatia ang khan kan chia le thriat na thil chi hrang hrang kan hriat kan taksa ina hriat theina kan ril ru ron khoi thei tu kong peng paruk aum ang bok hian zona chi hrang hrang te kan han ma chon hian kong peng paruk aum theya 6Ws ka ron ti mea a peng panga te who what when how I'm sorry where why tiang te hui chu atlang lon ania class pa nga ya po zona kan siama kan man thin ten ni nima selangin how ti hi kan mang claim em mea hei tak mai hi mishing nun phung thafia tura nu an poimo nu howa instinct a chak ang bok hian kan ni tin zirna ina po hian kan question chi hrang hrang te hian how hi a keng tel tura ni ti hi voina hian karon war dua chumi kan hriat theidan tur chu entirnan critical le creative thinking mishinga kan zirlai tia kan du ani chuan thang motor part chi hrang hrang so cognitive processes peng hrang hrang te kha an poimo avaya thavek chu kan nei vek thei khar lawang hnuaia kan ron than khom te hi khang peng hrang hrang poimo te kha ni entirnan sensory encoding attention perception learning kan ti te heta atopa psycholinguistics kan ti le reading ability thleng khan an poimo ni nima silangin heng poimo hrang hrang te hi research hrang hrang ten han nei ta tin ke mani po in Mizoram ngei po lai no pang riat hial ano pang te thenga kan zirna kan hmu chu mishing zirna lama a hlotlin na te mishinga success kan ti hlotlin na nun phung pa ngaya hlotlin na te to bera chon mitinin kan ngai poimo chu hlimna ke mania hian hlimna a thlenem ti kha kan thil ti te hian ke mania hian hlimna thlenem ti te kong hrang hrang an han zir khan atopa kan hmu chuan research hrang hrang in a hmu chua om ta chu ni intelligence poimo heng dang hrang hrang te a hian intelligence a poimo deuh ani atlang puin hlotlin na hlimna exam ate po result tha thlen tu chu intelligence hiani maseleng in chung chu research dan hanga kan han ena kan han hmu chua chuan intelligence hianin mihringa hlimna te hlotlin te exam mark thazok te hi za zela somni vel atho ani intelligence hian ni maseleng creativity amo critical thinking ability chuan za zela somruk pariat vela thoni ke mani research a tho tlem de uhleka kan research pakhata no pang kum zira chuan intelligence an za somni pakhat vel a thoa no pang ho exama an result that lam kha an intelligence in za somni pakhat vel a thoa nima selangin an creativity ero chuan za somni bor ve la tho chubang chuan motor pata po apeng hrang hrang te poimo big poimo dan in anglo ang bok hian kan bihring taksa peng hrang hrang kan ngai to na thlengin a khol hrang hrang a hian a poimo dana in anglowa chunga poimo a chuan intelligence ya poimo te meu mei memory te po hi poimo te meu mei ma se chung zong zong ai chuan creativity thlen thei tu critical thinking hi a poimo ni ti kha voina hian karon soi war do ni chuan next slide please hi example a karon da kan practice thei tur classroom ate kan practice thei tur ania pol ko zirlai kan keu phoka ka murem chan karon da chuaka maths zirtir tu te po kan omin karinga area of triangle hi tunge mu chuak le ti zona hanin zot taila a mu chuak tu hi question mark karon da ria kan omem o kan hriat chuan chat box a khan khongain kan lo chang don nia chuan an hmu chhia hun chu ad somruk pahnih vela khan ania Alexandria rama an muchuaka a muchuak tu pa hi engineer scientist kan tiang chu tun lai khovela chuan engineer le khol chi hrang hrang siam tu pa ania in te po sabok thin ani ti chuan engtin nge mu chua ti hi ani classroom a chuan kan in zirtir dan tlang puya chuan a formula chu yes I have seen somebody saying it is Pythagoras. Unfortunately it is not Pythagoras, it is Heron from Alexandria. So tuna kan formula hi han ngai tua ta ula hetiang ang hian I kan chhuat pha chekat tile samo kan glaze tile ang deuh hian han ngai tua taila glaze tile a khan triangle han rin taila chu ti ni chuan a area chu ti chuan a chhuak theianga ti ngai tua dan po om thei tin chu lawa ngai tua dan dang le chuan among pahnia khian thrui khi perek kilbe ni ta se a chung khi then kual taila triangle area formula chu engtin nge kanei theyang le ti kha a om le ta ni achung akhian achung hruya khian perekin han thai kual taila a hnuai pahni khi chuata kilbet sila a height san zong khi ein thak kual reng don ni chu in thak kual reng poimo zia chu herona te khanin an lo threvek to ni khatiang ang khan triangle area chu atira chon herona chuan a side pathum te bel khom mangin a chok suak ani atopa chuan side pathum ringot bel khom manga chaw chua ai chuan triangle kanei tho thawani chuan thil pathum te nge nuamang thil pahnih ti kha an ngai tua chuak le ta ti chuan thil pathum te ai chuan in satupa ni taila khol siam tu ni la engpo siam don taila thil chi thum te ai chuan thil chi ni e chuan nuam zoka chu wang chuan a base le a height kan han hriat mai khan triangle area kanei thei don ani ti khan ro ngai tua chuak ta ni okay next slide please khatiang ang khan kan zir lai te kha formula a chua thei dan chi hrang hrang te kan ngai tua pui ngai em alo chuak thei tur khan shape chi hrang hrang te kan ngai tua pui ngai em engtin nge alo chua ti kha triangle hi ama ang chia pahni nen zoom khom taila engtik lai pon rectangle amo parallelogram emo kanei thei dona chuti ni chon triangle formula hi chutianga tang chon a chuak ani mei lo mo anuam zong a hlim om zong a phur om zong hian klasa thil kan hril fem ti te kha apoi mo a tin chu baka square root kan ti te logarithmic functions kan ti te maths kan zirtir ta kha anga khan a khoi la hian man nge man tur eng huna nge man tur enga tinge kan man ti hi kan zirtir em ti kha kan ngai tua nga ani kan zirtir tura textbook a inziak he cho poimo te meu mai le ma selengin entirnan maths zirtir tu pa kaloni ta anga maths kan textbook a exercise te kano pangten an chok thiam vek hi apoimo khop mai ma selengin chu zong aya poimo masa chu exercise ti inzia ma a an zirtur ziak tu ten an thu zia hi apoimo ma chu kan zirtir chuak masa em ti hi kanin ngai tua nga yani chuanin adot le chuan triangle kan soitong khan shape chi hrang hrang te circle te cylinder te rectangle square a chi hrang hrang rhombus te po a formula zo chwa thei dan kha kan ngai tua ta khatiang kha no pangte hi experiment ti pui tam taila awan nuam do nem kan no pangte hian ngai tua dan thar critical thinking creative thinking anwa nei thado nem ti kha ngai tua na om thei ani maths atangin science a han kal taila next slide please motion tungchang hi abikin BSc kan zir BSc thleng kha ka zir vea science a khan kan zir na sa angai nom katia tun thleng po hian motion tungchang hi ngai nom kalatia motion te dan tungchang mechanics hi voina hian kan ron soilok doa engting nge no pangte ka zir ti rangle he khowela hian engkim me hi he khovel le apialam kan universe thleng point engkim me hi a chevek me ni thil chevek chu engtin nge ite ta kangle chu wang chuan ate dan tur an ron soita eng po hi thil eng po me hi khowela om te hi leilunga thil om te hi an cheveka nima selangin an mani le a bulvel a environment a surrounding ngai tua muna tanga mundang huntek bitiam chunga athen theidan kha motion chuan ti tameni engkim cherenga chuan ka te dik theidon lo ti kha a khiat reng mea khoyange ka in nga angle atopa chuan mishingin khovel a thir dana hian engkim he in ngatani mishingin khovel a mudana hian engkim he in ngata chuwang chuan khoyange ka frame of reference chu khoyange ka origin chu khoyange abul chu ti hi science kan zirve lai khan ka ngai tuana salu to ka a formula lamre reng chu ka thiam hlei thei lo ani ti chuan time po chu ni ta se time chu khoya tang nge mo ka teng le time in tan lai he to le a top to hun ria hi kanom lowa mishingina I a time kan vaton ve chin kan te me kha time kan ti chu lo ni ta ni ti te han ngai to hi chuan no pang te hi engtin nge mo measurements of motion mechanics chungchang hi ka zir ti rang le ti hi ngai to na ron lu ta ni next slide please ti chuan ni chin khan net problem wang khan hun ka bo pel deuh hleka a next session hi dareng zat kan tu nge o
Sir, lunch break and tura ki thova hun la bedo kha poi lo.
ni teng sang e kala nei le min ron shil me te ka hun nei chin khongain
Sorry, should hem ko trong hi.
o se the
I lunch break turang kha ni thowa mo. I technical error wang kha da poi lo hun la bel do po kha. Next session jo da
Ole,
kha
ole.
tan tur ka ni shima.
ani chuanin a slide kha kan enanga I a science zirtir tu big phei chuan kan hre thawanga a zonga zain ka soivek lowanga a to pa chuan engpo hi han te taila thil chevel te po han te taila ka te diglo chu ka error atangin error nei lo kan te hun tur chu a hnuaya ka ron ziang khian we will understand it all by and by tiania thinu pialam kan thlen ma chon error nei lo hian engma hi kan te thei don chong lawani chuwang chon ka te diglo fia tu ber chu error eng anga claim nge ka siam thei ti kha anita chuwang chon Einstein a theory of relativity te po khan en taila ani point a ming kha an phua tang khan relativity ati to a chuwang chon a thenin adik an tianga an fin fianga a thenin thirna danga tanga an te chuan adik lo an tianga adik lo zia an fin fia ve don tho ani ti kha kan hriat la na nga ya khatiang angai tu na nen khan kan zir lai te kan zir tir lo chuan ke ma nge point science a atira mechanics kan chiar tir ka buai ang khan khoi tang hian nge mo bul ka tanang le ti tang khan kan zir lai te kan threi fia nga ani ti kha kan soi do ni chuan a dot le please chuan class 9 English zir lai chapter masaber kha kan enta chuanin a chapterina a zirtir hi kan zirtir chhuadan enge niang ti kha ka ngai to ni chu tsunami the killer wave ti kha nia magazine chi rang mi la khom kha asap tonga nala amoya an ron vom khoma ti chuan English zirtir tu te khan engtin nge kan zirtir rang le ti kha ka ngai to a chapter pum mei kha han chiar chuan angai to angai nom em a ril ru ron lang ta ber chu a bikin bsup mun min vak te kha ril ru a ron langa disaster management chungchanga natural disaster alo thlen hian mihring in ti thei vak kan nei lo mihring wang hian natural disaster te pol lo thleng thin ani ti te ril ru a ron oma ti chuan a hnuaya how ti bi ka ron dang hian a moral le a ethics kan zirtir chuakem le ti hi kanin ngai to apoi moin ka hria chulaya chon man made natural disaster hi atheng thin ani ti te khang kha kan zirtir chuak ngeem ti te kha apoi moin ka hria next slide please chu baka chuan point mo ka ron da le chu kha le khabu ziak tu te khan abikin kan text bu ziak tu te hian a textbook a workbook ate a course book ate a reader ate khanin chapter tina prose aniamo poetry aniamo khang ang chapter chi rang te kha khang chapter te khan enge kan zir lai ten zir chuak se an du ang zong kha aziak tu ten an ron da chuak ani khang ngai to khan kan zir lai te hi kan zir tir chuak em ti kha ngai to apoi moin ka ria entirnan tsunami the killer waves kha kan zir lai ten han siar ta ang se facts and figures informations te an zir chuak em adot le chuan vocabulary chi frang alo pian chhuadan tsunami ti lo pian chhuadan te a spelling a hardon enge ni antonym enge ni a synonym lo chhuadan te tin chu baka a topic han ngai to ang bok hian spelling chi frang te an zir chuak em ti te chuanin abikin narration alo ni ta exams frang la khom alo nia chu wang chuan grammar a khan khoi lai grammar nge a khoi thin kan chin bu ziakin amo journalist ni ve don tai langin he chapter hianin enge heta tang hian zir chuak se du determiners le pronoun te hi an zir chuanga ni ti te mani le mani hianin writing practice kan nei thaim ti kan zir lai ten an writing an zir ne mangai ni ti te atopa chuan discussion nein khatiang ang narration chungchanga te khan sap tungin engtinge kan tiang ti kha I practice an name ti te kha kan ngai to apoimo em ani next slide please chuanin atop bera chuan kan ngai to tak tu tur ta chu kan zirna in hianin kan zir lai te hi a program kan zir lai te hi enge nia computer a ha kan pen drive te ang deuh hleka information da khom na bo matan asiam nge ni chung information te chu atak tak amang chuak theya nakina ramle nam khole tui thazok nia thil thar thazok ngai to turin kan zir lai te hi kan ram roi tu tur ten ni kan ti thinang khan chu tiang tur chuan kan buat sai tak zetem ti kha kan ngai to ngaya kan zirna in hian tu na hian a program em chu nge ni education a pe atak takin all round development hi a thlengem ti kha kan en angaya chuan a slide to bear please tuna kan soi tong hian heta tan hian kan zawain kan poimo ta course an duana aduang tu te ril ru te an duan dan te chu tiang duang tur chuan ngai tuana thar kan siamem ti te apoimo em ani tin chu baka chuanin a course kha apoimo em ke mani society nen in milin kan herremem kan shilfiaim angai tuana te a exercise te kan pechuakem ti kha apoimo lea tin adot lea chuan abika a title la a slide title la karon dang hian evaluation research hi kan sarkar le kan school ho tu rang te hian kan ne angaya kan zir lai te hi critical thinking intelligence memory ringot bom nilawa intelligence le critical le creative thinking nei turin kan bot sayem ti hi kanin ngai tua kan en apoimo a chuta tan chuan kan school chunga zirtir tu keima le keima ka in bot saidan zirlai ten ka zirtir nan dong an don son dan tur ka ngai ruat dan ka in bot saidan te a thato kem ka in en ulukem ti te ka present chua dan chia khan enge a then ti te ka present ka zirtir hianin eng result nge a en tir ti te an result a an mark mu za ringot nilowa ni tin nuna a result te kan en tel turani chuanin chu baka chuanin assessment rang kan nei dana hian ni chen kan soito ang khan kan zir lai te hian an mania critical thinking an mania creative thinking pochuak thein an zir lai te hi an ngai toin an ril ru an pem chumi tur chuan ka an mani ka chok tho to kem ti hi kan ngai to ngai ni ti chuan a to bera chuan azir lai a din hun khan ni chen kan soito ang khan basic psychological foundation hranin a phak to ka amamo ang zirtir na kan pem ti kha zirlai tin te kan ngai tu angaya tin chu baka chuan an nu le pa te an chen na khotlang te an om na mun te le kan school din mun te kan sarkar din mun thlengin kan ngai tu te langaya kan sarkar din muna atul zong poisa le atul zong kha a om vek lowang chu wang chon kan phak to ka kan nei to ka hian atul ang kan tiem kan pi thei to kan tiem ti hi kan ngai to ngai bokani ti chuan a to bera chuan kha zirla ya khanin a zirna a atanga b akal tura a zir chhuwa zong te kha ram le nam tan mihring tan ke thobela cheng mihring tan hian a atanga b a khan hlok na thenem ti kha kan ngai to angai ani hun atul ba ka ire kanet thadlo wangin karon pangta poi ka ti hle khatiang kha namchang kangjok te chuan an hriat awangin Mizoram ate hian research ron tian chak em a brain drain chi rang kha tunlai khowela po a thlen pha virgin population ang dewin research ti nan thil thar hriat nan critical thinking creative thinking nei nan khan Mizoram ron man hi an chaka nuam an tia an ota brain drain chi rang a thleng thin ani khati zong kha soi theu tok ni se kalome back to you pumoy te moya
kan facilitator kha om mo moi te kha
Are le mai.
apu moi te yo mem
Oh, hello ka tong hre thayem
se the
tu na kan signal an thalo de ule ka ka kha hriat thei lowa le ngai nom hle mai pu fam ki ma war te chunga lom thu kan soya hei ni china i chan chin kan soi lai kha hrelo an om ani mela engang mi nge nia khoyang e thoa ti te han soya hei kan ke ma kan chang lo mai anga pu tu na kan resource person pu lal fam ki ma he war te kan ti kha mithiam ani a Mizoram University a professor ni mek ani athu sai ngai nom hle maya nang ma fak na lampang hlir mai chat box a po ha oma an hlok zia te a that thu sai that zia te ngai nom zia te an hlok pui zia te thu ron ri chur mai ni alomom ta se tani ti chuan zo na pakhat zo a oma hei che hi chang lok thei turangai ila sap tong in ron zota how is complain everything be the hindrance of creative thinking ti zona ha oma hei hi kan resource person khan min chang le lok thiem hello
ongin lat thale them
lo zona pakhat oma hei hi khongain kan speaker khan min chan saksela how is complain everything be the hindrance of creative thinking
alomom khop maya complaining everything ti kha classroom a kanzirlai ten engkim mai anron complain khan zirtir tu tan chuan a hlok thaka engtin nge thil complain reng mai hian angai tong le tin zirtir dan tur thong thar te azok te ngai tuana a theya chuti lai chuan azir lai a kha kan ngai tua tur chu anita a azir lai a khan in thil eng po mai kha ama le ama china kan ron soi tong khan physical body a amit bengte ataksa apeng krang te mangin har satna ani chuan thil chi rang complain chu ol khopang chu tiang bok chuan ama khanin a cognitive function a khan har satna ani poni theya rang wang khan thil chi rang kha eng po me kha a complain poni theni tin a pathum na chuan psychosocial kan ti me peng rang hoyanga khan mi zinga han oma mi zinga chetvel thiam lo interpersonal relations sa problem an nei wang te pon thil chi rang an complain ani theya ti chuan a enga po chu ni se a complain tu tan chuan thil eng po me a tona piang me a complain chuan tan thil thar zir ma chon in huam a om lowa chu wang chuan ama khanin critical thinking nei tur khan ama le ma bom chunga tuam tu nein ngai tuan zau zo mang theilo in fuar in a om to thina chuwang chuan complaining everything ang chi ho kha chu a complain tu ang te tan chuan critical thinking creative thinking nei kha a har sa em don ani ti kha kan chan na ni e
Pumoy tay Mike. Pumoy tay Mike.
Oh, nge tinge ni ole ti khan a fiale to em
Yes.
ka mute lai khan an mute lo in thak wal vel thin ani le zona pakhat kan lo zo de lo kong chenga kan speaker zom tak kha eng tin nge zirlai no pang an creative thinking eng tin nge zirlai no panga creative thinking kan da sak thiang anon tia hei hi pula leng zawa at ne na tanga zo na haron omania khong in min san sak le thengem
ole alo mo me ni e ti khan peng rang kha kan ron so kan soi kha e han thui khom tai la chu eng tin nge ni a title na so yang khan kan zir lai te hian creative thinking kan tu theyang ti kha voina kan tum ber khania ka tum ko thel nge moni e kan dong song fulo nge ka he chi alo enga po chu ni se creative thinking kheng tur chuan ni china kan soi tong khan mi hring tak sa peng rang te kha motor part ang deuh khan karon soya khatianga peng rang te kha a risel train an tho tur ang te an thok thapot tur ania ti chuan khang peng rang te abikin kan taksa te kan ril ru te a risel that chuan creative thinking tur khan khazir lai khano pangkha a in pe ani chuan chu no panga chu atak taka creative thinking kan tu don chuan a tu tur a masabera chuan ni e nu le pa te poi mo na khan ni china khan e kaman model hleka karon soivek seng lowa in chunga nu le pa te an poi mo masabera ti chuan zirtir tu te ni tin an mitmen hun chung an ni tin nun an man hun chunga dakar tamzok ma lo enkol tu te kha an poi mo em boka tin chu baka khang in enkol dan lo enkol lo khai khom tu kan sarkar le kan education department pokha poi mo mani ti kha kan soidu phota ti chuan kan zirna in te hianin kan zirtir peng rang te hi atak takin kan no pangte education in atum lo zok programming a hian kan hlo thinga kan zirlai te hian an zirlai te hi an bai hat chak em an thiam chak em a masalangin atak taka han man chua don chuan creative thinking critical thinking manga atak takan pek chua don khan har satnan nei thina kha anga har satna alo lo thlen thei tu peng rang te kha kan ron soi chua khan nita entirnan azonga zain kan soi theilonga peng poimo pathum kan soinga pakhatna chuan nu le pa te hianin kan in chunga kan fa te anti turbik anti ve nge tur kha kan tuklo thina ni entirnan abikin secondary school ron kai chu kumsom pathum atangin amo teenage antran tlang pui anianga khatatanga an kum ngai to khan an mania po dive thei tok an nga to khang mo khurna rang te kha an mani kuta kanda angai to an mani an zira hun to chu tiang bok chuan zirnei na khan zirtir tu te khan an zirtir tu ra kha
ale khabua textbook kai hroina ina pek angin anzirtir chuakem ti khania chuan chung rang te azong zain thattakin atopa education all round education kha athenem ti zir renga te chuak renga enkol tu tur sarkar le a department te khanin atak takin zir rengin an research renga evaluation research kan ron ti mea result thazok khan te thei turin ti dan thar thazok te kan mang rengem ti kha kan ngai to apoi mo em ani chu ka chan thei tok ne mero se
le alom hle mai hei dar khatarin nai mai dona lunch break hun po a hun dei to a chun lampang tle min kan nor dona angta a hei zona chu alle om te umaya pakhat che hi kan zo tanga ti chuan midang ho kha milo hre thiam to mai ula a thome hei zona pakhat chia hi kan zot le hra mange toite in min chan thei chuan pu mute ya changte ti zona hi engwanga psychology le philosophy hi ale khabu high school atanga la zirlo nge kan ni angle zirve thei te hi atha angem sar hian min chan sak thei angem o aron tia in a in thlungang reng viawa zo han chan sak le thei la kan vati ve
alom khop mai ni a discipline ang point philosophy te psychology te hi abul bera chuan kan zirlai subject peng rang te hanin thung kho makha philosophy psychology kan ti ber chuni ta apol niam lama hi chuan a philosophy a psychology in ngana abul peng rang kha an zirani kan zirlai bu hian aum vekani ti kha kan soi dua pol som kan zir thleng mai hian subject rang a hian philosophy te psychology te a in phum vekani ti kha kan soi dua ti chuan pol som pakhata subject big kan han thlan than atang hian atak takin khang ho voina kan presentation mil dewin psychology atana poimo te ain nga na poimo te philosophy atana ain nga na poimo te kha in thung khom tak takin pol som pakhat vela tang hian kan zirlaya aron om tana chutia ang chuan kan zirna kan zir tur duang tu te hian an bot sayani apol niam lama khanin a psychology tur lai a philosophy tur lai kha subject tina khan han enta ang ula an phum vekani ti kha ka chan ni ro se kalome
le alom hle mai kha chat box a zona dang pole tam maya mai ra chu hei dar khat kan thleng trep maya he kan du tok mai nga thil pakhat chi han tar le kan du chu zir tir tu na participant zong te ne na thu psychology association menga kan an sei du chu Mizoram Psychology Association hian le khabu thadeu mai psychology mitin tan ti kan buat saya chu tuna hian sinat book room a leitura oma adu tan chuan kan leidonia aman po ato vak lo wani ti kha kanan puang ani kha chat box sa zona tam taka om nakina zo du kan le nei zel poin private poin kan in zo chun som zel donia tuna chuan kan host ne na hlan le potang ule
pumoy te lome nia kha hun lok thak tak kan manga chat box klo ina tang khan ngai nom kan ti a kan lok pui viau in ka sia a duang khan ki mahan presentation na pangkaran share wa khan zona tam tak ron chan thei om me chan thei tak lo te kan neya ma ro chu niam zo tung nge kan ngai thla khi chuan kan a she thiam zualin ka sia sarpo soi fia thiam hle me a soi ngai nom thiam bokin ka sia ti khan ni lunch break hi nia kan han nei don lo mai anga ma ro chu mani im thau om kan ni wangin thing pui le enga man chol kha chu kan nei pa thei vek turin ka ngaya chuan kan next session nei tan turan kan in ring chho mai anga doctor larem roti pacho kha ran lut toy mo kan facilitator tur kha miss ai kha om toem ka muin ka sian na chin khan miss remi hi om toem le doctor larem roti tho larem roti le doctor larem roti pacho wan ne doctor larem roti kha kan speaker tur zo kan ni omrim le o ani la kan rapporteur ebenezer kha om toem le
Oh, man.
ale khania kan speaker le kan facilitator te hiron loot se kan tran don nia o feedback
Moi
khan
alo
ni
lut
min
ve
khan
ve
duai kan post ma dewa kan boy dewa feedback thon khan a session top don lampanga karon post chau don na tu tuma chuan achan chu ni min karon post kha session ngai thua lo kan boy ta deuh nak nak khan ka ria a thel hul man lo lau khan voina te po kan hong rei deuh tura ngai le te ro kan session te po kan zo to nuwa te po kan la hong ze langa karon post non mal mol don nia kan technical session is a top lampanga kanon post don nia feedback form ka chu Miss I le Miss Ramita khanom toem o
An
Samuel
net
om ve
boy
ve
de
to
om kan ni
okay. Mun chu ka mu ve ve to mo.
o ka
kan
pu
net
to
boy de om te
o la ani chat ngak de vela
Ka
tero
oma ka oma kanet a boy. Ko tongin siya yan.
Hello Miss Rami enga
Oh, okay.
Miss Rami khai langai lang lo le is the mo ka tong
Ko tong chu ka sa the I ala ka kanet ron muang thu mo to na ho.
kene han tum chin photila tero ani andon Miss I hi nge om toem le o
ani po kan net boy de hote
okay
Phone cha ngene ron join do na mo lo hak lo kang o.
o zona de kan nga le me ania tu na ta po hian zona te khan lo post zelila kan facilitator te khan an lo thiaranga atop lama khan an zo zel don
Ko ngayon kan mic lo mute zelila. Kan mic kan off zel te chuan a lo mamutang. Kan facilitator hi a lo lut thei chep to a kan lo hak don nia. Hi announcement kalau siam menge nga chungin YouTube live stream lo en kha kan om boka in share vek karenga feedback kha YouTube lama lo en tu te kha chuanin kan om na che group admin te hne na khanin lo in report mai ni se chuan private message ha feedback link kha kan ron thon menga tin hemi webex ron join thei hemi group a om te feedback link kha Kung attend lo te kha chu forward lo shamila group a te post lo shamila ti kha ka ron soi du a chan chu a program attend lo wa lo fil kha ti heta har sa tak taka nileng lenga thua mo internet data te thun bel khop te khanin in ron tel sia a chan hem ngai te tan khan feedback form he kan siam ti kha kan soi le du a khongai takin lo forward lo turin kan hanin nge na YouTube lama lo ngai thla tu che kha chuanin min ron private me ula tu mo ber gan group admin te ti kha kan soi ni se kan participants stay active le me alomom Hop may break kha kan may the ta che lawa chan chu session ma sa khanin internet kan facilitator internet khatle min abwai dewa wang khan hun ka kan han la ta deu le ka hun von kan du si awangin dar he dar khata chan tur khanya kan chan nai mai ang in lo she thiam don nya thing puite e tur te ka chu ain chop thei pa renga nya kale pa khanin session hi attend thei reng thawa
psychology mitin tan ti kha lung lei lam khan lung lei lam ma lei thei in o mem o an ron tia lung lei a khan sinat book room ma omin ka hre ata khanin lei tur omang
cái chú hay các con
sinat
vàng
book
của
room
mấy
kha arem cha sinat book room kha lo contact tawla aizola tang khan an thon dar vek khania a om karinge in nimina kan sei to ang khan le Dr. Pan Ramalingam khan ron sei rik thuak ang khan kan convener ma pari hian school psychology hi mizo tongin adet ling meka chumi le khabu po chu atha le maidona zoram mi pui zong zong hen nei thei phei la chu thwal atha le zolanga zirtir tu hi chu compulsory angai ta hialila achu huna lo lei vek turin kan han ngen lo kan comment thei dan toiber ani
ole kan facilitator hi ron lut toin ka sha miss I
Grace, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Stage akan dang kan. I'll hand over the session to you. You can begin.
Okay, we can start now.
Yes.
Okay. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the afternoon session. Before we start, I would like to remind everyone to mute their audio. Kung ayin mika off the kang uo speaker tong ka avoid na. So ayin content ma in kung ayin mic ka the kang ka hakal mind do. So please switch off your audio. Also, the feedback form will be given at the end of the session. Kaka in note tilecho anya form kaka non dale anga so with that I would like to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Leremrati. Dr. Leremrati is an assistant professor currently working in the Department of Psychology, Government Aizawl West College since 2007. She is also the senior most clinical psychologist in Mizoram, practicing since 2016. She has completed her MPhil in clinical psychology under Manipur University in 2006 and also her PhD in psychology under Mizoram University in 2020. She has several publications, both in journals and books, which covers various topics in mental health across several populations. I will not be mentioning all this. She was also a member of the research team of Synod Social Front, Mizoram Presbyterian Church in 2017 on the titled work Zu Zote Min Hong Dan Zir Tsianna, and also a member of the research team of Synod Social Front, Mizoram Presbyterian Church in 2019 on the titled work Tlei Rolte Le Harum Thona. She also occupies prominent memberships in various NGOs and governmental bodies. She's currently an executive committee member of the NGO Volunteers for Community Mental Health, that is Volcom, an NGO working for issues and challenges in mental health in Mizoram. She is also an executive committee committee member in the Mizoram Psychology Association, also finance secretary of ARTSI, that is Alzheimer's and Related Disorders Society of India, Mizoram chapter. She is also the advisory board member of Mapuya Crisis Center, MCC, a center of mental health and suicide prevention since 2019. She is also the member of COVID-19 Committee on psychological and social guidance since April 2020. She is the coordinator of psychological counseling group under COVID-19 Committee on Psychological and Social Guidance since May 2020, and also a member of Selection Committee for Juvenile Justice Board and Child Welfare Committee under Social Welfare Department, Government of Mizoram 2021. She is also the executive member and office bearer of Zotang branch IMS 2015 till date. She is also a board member of Child Development Center Mizoram since February 2021. She is also a trainer in HIV/AIDS counseling under GFATM, that is the Global Fund to Fight AIDS, Tuberculosis, and Malaria. Also, counseling supervisor and supportive supervisor under the same GFATM. She's an advisor to Esther, that is a community-based organization of female sex workers, 2008-2010, and a master trainer in the state-level master's trainers trained on drug abuse prevention in Mizoram. She is also a member of state-level body on implementation of teachers counseling scheme in schools since May 2013. She has been invited as a resource person for various mental health related topics in state and local level programs organized by different NGOs and governmental organizations. She also has participated in various programs related to research, social science, and mental health. Some of you might have also seen her in television, and she has also participated in DDK media programs as radio in video as a resource person also. I would like to add a bit of our speakers on words. A trained clinical psychologist and a teacher, I have always been interested in imparting knowledge and creating awareness and working in mental health issues. To be a part of building bridge towards the attainment of bigger purpose is always a welcome change. I strongly believe in being a learner for the speaker. With that, please welcome Ms. Laramwati. Remy, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Yes. Thank you so much,
Okay,
Ms.
you can.
Bai. Okay. All right. Thank you so much to the organizers for having me today, even though it was very short notice, but I hope I will do justice to your base now. Let's see. Okay. When I had him a psychological first aid sung so Dorian Minranti akan how to then teachers how ma to say like to hanin to teachers how ma to say azamum then ringa mi ne ka ringa athan to de to he to say chin kan no nin na la ya hanin Nichina sa fam ki masayang da critical thinking la hi nei thadu mai hi kan ya tu ma kan critical thinking do kanin min lo thia don ti kha siang sai reng me tu ma kan zam po zam oma in sa fam ki man presentation chu me kha reng nei ton hu han om le tu Anyway, mas akan how to ten meron from now by in ma he bay na karon lang doon ni sa PowerPoint presentation later ram hati alin
presentation later on has the
Sir Moya, I'm echoing.
Kan lo mute zel ang. Kung ngayon kan audio ka mute ang
Okay.
kung ngayon.
Oh, okay. PPT content mine exercise toy look ka doon. To me to i-allow.
Imang dio kalan ya. Si Romy.
Sila siya chungi ka
Am I?
may mute sa
Okay.
team. Sila siya chungi. Ka mute team may lava.
Thank you. Exercise pakhat kila ka doa in Bulacan, in Bulmayakan. I hope everyone has a paper or something to write on, a notebook or a paper and a pen with you. If you have, please keep it ready with you.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to talk about the scenario. Okay. Last 3 days ago, COVID positive contact ka ilaw na ipal no maya itong variant po niya alagin. Okay. COVID positive contact ka ilaw na ipal no maya quarantine po rin si ini rualin test ka test ito rin tester list akan delta ni. Ito ani first contact niya RT-PCR ni test ka ni taser ki ka ani avangin inhak ta so vein na ni thong ni ani to ta COVID positive contact ni na chang khanin ngay tuang bisa khoi ta kin min lo ja thak sak thei tuan ngay tuan na Til pakhat pa hi pon ni thei tho tuan na ne kha ni thum thu ni RT-PCR kha ila la mai thei si lawa ikha ka ni ngay tuan na tu ngay ti khang tuan tim nge i nang ma kha ngay tuan na kha dangan ya i da na kha tap trong tak tuan feelings mizo trong ka sai hi apai lavem sarmoya
Mizo trong ina soi team is mizo trong tuan pana soi team koi lao
okay ama sa ra ka tal kan ngay tuan na ha kan ya ka point thum bel kan nei ni tuan kan ya ka adota tuan nge kan feel ka feelings can be ni tinai non ja hlau thon na po khani theta ka feelings kan tuan apathum na tuan engtim nge i engtim nge i dan kha ati vai dan kha ati vai lavem engtim nge i behavior kha Few days ago, you had COVID-19 positive contact, first contact. You are waiting for RT-PCR test. You have to be quarantined. What were your thoughts? What are you thinking right now? How do you feel? What are your feelings? You can write it down. And how do you behave? How do you act more? Intingi Ikani. Okay. Jack Tony Tony, they can do talking. Dr. Xiang. Oh, okay. Thank you for participating in the for this particular exercise. So let's keep it aside for now, and we'll come back to it later. So let me share my PPT. When the topic tour here, psychological first aid, first aid ti trong kam shim shim te hi to kan shat lar ka ring to amar the psychological first aid ti lai tak hi to kan lo shalar lo po ni me the ya e ma thil poi mo me si thil poi mo me abi takin disaster phe twanin poi mo me changkai me in enkol na ani ni tumitung chang to bena kan sei don ani psychological first aid ti trong kam kan han hianin psychosocial care ti trong kam bo hi kan mang tel ve chin fo me ya he hi le lama chuanin kan mang kop ti do ni ti me yang psychosocial care ka psychological first aid a hana tela so psychosocial care kan ti ton psycho ti kan mind kan ni me ta social ti kan ke ne midang to den ti kan ni me ta so basically psychosocial care a chuanin kan psychological kan ru in enkol na te a social zong in ngai sak na te a spiritual care kan rin na ka hemi kan allow kan spiritual care like spirituality like ka ngai poi model bok ta ni so ta chuanin ja ta ka chuanin psychosocial care kan ti hi in ni kan lo ti chuan kan lo ti photo ang ke man ni pon antinan for example I'm sure most of you are parents so if your parents say nyad a fa ta poi lo ni bok ta so like ra chuanin dam lo kan in enkol na in ngai sak na kan va pe ka kha no dam lo te har sa da nei te ru shom nei te ngai sak na kan va pe ka psychosocial care and dani so ta chuanin research studies khanin tam ta khanin psychosocial care poi mo na chung chang le atang kai na chung chang te an han vil pian nan han tar lan pian me to he psychosocial care va in ngai sak na va sha thiam na va do the ta ka va in enkol na ru le am ru sel na te an tharau sel na kheng po va ngai sak pui na an lo don hian dam lo te hian le chan pui ngai te nan lo don hianin an sel na na ta takin apui ani an ti tin na okay na an nei po hi anat dan level hi atiyam bokani anti bokani tin ba ka lau thon na te rim tong na kan ti stress level te atisia me ta tin hai sat na sikyan ko nga hianin na sa takin min pui bokani te kha ani boka tin kan sel na hianin na sa takin min puya sel na thazok ne che torin min kai shwai min puya tin dam lo na khuma hospital nek te po hi ani na ta ka psychosocial care an lo don chat hi tuanin hospital an nom hun chung po hi ati tremin ati hiam sa tani anti boktani tu tiang khop tuanin kan quality of life hi na sa takin I alo at win akai shwaya okay min lo mute sak thei tuan lo ma mu tang tuanin khoi takin alo hi screen hi min lo annotate sak lo sak sham thei bok chuan okay all right so anin psychosocial care hianin tina ka sei to angkhanin spiritual care hi a ombok ka ti angkhanin hey spiritual care tong china ina tong china te rin na awanga na sa taka dam na kan modi te po hi thil tak takani ti akha research pon approve bokani ti la ya kha kan se te lok do chu trong china kan rin na in kan ru le taksa na sa taka alo in zon na kha aron ti lang chiang me ta kan rin tlat chuan dam chu ra kan in rin te kan ru alo dam chuanin I taksa po kha anak na level te aron pla hiama adam na chance po kha asang me ni ti kha anita chu psychosocial care po mo analyze anita ni chuan engtin nge psychosocial care so kan pe kan ti chuanin trong kam communication skills hi apoy mo me ta so ta chuanin communication skills kan ti hi re hi chuanin in biak po na hianin verbalและ non-verbal ที่ omnity ค่ะจะกัน share vector ค่ะกันตรงกับช่วงค่ะนี่ตั้ม zongin กันตรงเอ็มไงสัก zongin กันตรงเอ็มแล้ว share ชามตัว zongin กันเสียมอย่างที่จะไม่ได้ค่ะนี่ กันเจ็ดจานเละกันจงกันทอกก็ไอ้มิเลมเอ็นเจงานกันเมลันดานเตกันมิดเมนดานเตกันอักษากันซอยดานเตกันตักลันชวาดานเตถ้าอังซงอ่ะคานิน communication skills ค่ะอักเก่งเตลเวกตาสู้มีสู้communication skills ในชัดนะฮี psychosocial care เตกน่าจะappoy moไม่นี่ติลายค่ะอันนี้ตาดินนิดังจะดินมันก็ชัดเชื่อมเนี่ยค่ะappoy moบุกโอเคสุดท้ายก็รัสวานิน empathy ติและ sympathy ติลายฮีกันเสียดังลำดังกันเสียด้วยดูตาคงไงนะ sympathy จะคงไงนะอันนี้ตา empathy จะแชร์เทียมนะคะอันนี้ตานี่สุดท้ายก็รัสวานินคงไงนะติเรื่องจงกำกันโลมันต่อที่สวานิน psychological care รัสวานินบ่อยค่ะกันเดี๋ยวจะกันว่าคงไงต่อสวานกัน emotion ค่ะเอาไปเจอต่อชินตากันรื่นกันว่าไงต่อนะสรุปตุกตาสุดทิ้งตัวปากเกะเราคงไงนะที่อันนี้I can tell บักฮัตุเกะมันนี่อายะยามโซก็วัดนัดทิ้งลงที่เราเวียชินบอกตาทุกส่วนนี้ปวดท้องให้เราคุติลายอันนี้รวมช่วงเร่งอังที่เร่งตัวเราว่าไงนัดทิ้งลงที่เรื่อยๆให้เรามาเนี่ยมาฟังยิน sympathy ที่ตรงกับไอ้กส่วนนี้ empathy ที่ตรงกับที่กันมั่งตำโซกันนี่ empathy กันที่กส่วนนี้มีดังที่อันดินหุ่นอันมานี่อันเทียดานจังว่าเทียปุยเทียมนั่นเองอันดินหุ่นว่าเชียเทียมนั่นเองตัว empathy ลายค่ะเนี่ยค่ะพอยหมอบอกตาที่โดมตัวนี่ค่ะพอยหมอไม่ตานี่ที่information พอยหมอจังไกตัวตักสตานะจังไกตัวเตไงนี่safety หิมนะตัวตานะจังไกตัวเต information พอยหมอว่าเปกเทียมนั่นเองว่าเปกนั่นเองที่อันเชียเทียมตัวอันโซงะ information ตะโพสเปกค่ะพอยหมอเลยส่วนละที่อินกุ้งไก่นะชา relationship เสียมค่ะพอยหมอไม่ตาอันที่ตะกินอินรินต้นนะอันนี้ไงเทนะตัวตานะอินกุ้งไก่นะชาเสียมค่ะอันนี้ที่มานี่ละมาค่ะนี่รินนะรินตะกะ honest ตะกะทุเสยเตพอยหมอไม่ดิชุดิกตักใส่ดอทใส่ค่ะเตลละวันนี้กันที่เทเราตัวเตกันเสยไงเรากันที่เทไงตัวเจ้ากันเสยชีนนี่ psychosocial care ส่วนค่ะพอยหมอเนี่ยไม่ยาที่white lie พวกกันที่จวงละวันนี้ที่ไล่ค่ะพอยหมอเลยบอกตาที่ก็นะมุนาคันก็ตักสอมนะมุนาคันก็รู้ก็ไงตัวนะพอมันนี่ติขลันตีระค่ะพอยหมดเลยเนี่ยเฮ้ยเอ็นเทอร์นาตัวน่ะอินตัวไลน์เขาเวลาแต่เพย์ตัวนี้โฟนเตเฮ้ยแล็ปท็อปเตสติขเราตานี่ช่วงกว่าพวกกันตักสอมนะมุนาโฮเวกมาไงหุ่นขตาร่วมขตาเวกมาอีละรู้อินเปอร์เซนต์ได้คันกันน้องเวทีกัดมีนี่physically together but psychologically elsewhere อังคากันดิเทตาซึ่งมีหลายตัว psychosocial care ตอนที่เราสร้างค่ะอาจารย์อันนี้สมมติ if you are there be there ที่ค่ะนี่มั้งสมมติ be present in that moment นะคะพออยู่มั้งเมตาที่อินดาต้นนะ respect ค่ะลันที่สามค่ะพออยู่มั้งตัวพวกกันเราจันปุยอันนี้เทตัวพวกกันเราเอ็นก็เลยนี่เทตัวพวกกันเราอินปุยตอนนี้เทมาสิอันกันไม่ชิงปุยอันนี้นะจะตักเอ็นก็ละดิเรียมไม่เราเลยไง judgmental ด้วย attitude นั่นเราว่าเราว่าเอ็นคนอะไรค่ะพออยู่มั้งเมตาที่ psychosocial care แรงส่วนนี้สุดที่ว่าตาปุ่นว่าค่ะอันนี้เราได้แทนตุ่มรำค่ะอันนี้เจอันนี้ goal อันนี้ตัว goal อันนี้ตัวใส่ปุยที่ส่วนนี้โอเคส่วนนี้ตัว goal ตัวที่เรากันเอ็นก็ละเตนนคันโมกันมีปุยเตนนคันยินกันใส่ดุนนัดเห็นตุ่มรำค่ะที่เราเนี่ยค่ะปุยหมดเลยอันนี้ที่ไล่ค่ะ psychosocial care อ่ะสันโนตานี่ที่ PFA กันที่เรื่องของ psychological first aid ค่ะ PFA ที่ตรงคำที่ปกรณ์มั่งไม่ติดต่อตาสตาคันินโดชุนซอมตาไม่ตาอีละ disaster เรื่องที่รูปนะอารมณ์เห็นเพียงอย่างนี้ psychological first aid ที่ไหนปุยหมดอันนี้ชินตานี่ first aid ไหนปุยหมดอันนี้อังเซอินfirst aid medical first aid ไหนปุยหมดอันนี้อังเซอิน psychological first aid ข้างไหนปุยหมดอันนี้ชินตาที่รูปนะเรื่องส่วนที่ทุ่มอังเราที่อาจจะเราเนี่ยชินตาnatural disaster ที่เขาเราตาอีอันเราin man-made ไม่ใช่เงี้ยนะเสียงจบ disaster ที่เขาเราเวลาบอกตาที่นับประทุมน่าจะ pandemic disaster นี่อาจจะบอกตานี่สมัยตัวน่ะพี่ตอนนี้ COVID-19 กันแล้วเขาเวลากันแล้วเจียงเนี่ยก็สุดมีเนี่ยฟังส่วน pandemic ไลน์อันนี้อังยินตัวน่ะพอหัน PFA กันนั่นสินะฉันพอฮี COVID-19 เนี่ยนะอัน relate นั่นไลน์เนี่ยพออยู่หมดนั่นไลน์เนี่ยกันชาติฟังตัวน่ะPFA เป็นคนเสียตัวกันเฮียเลยนี่ แต่ส่วนนี้ COVID-19 บีกะเฮียนกันเชลเบกตัวตาอย่างเงี้ย coronavirus ตัวอย่างเงี้ย COVID-19 ตัวรินเฮลตัวแต่กันเนี่ยรินน้ำตัวแต่กันเนี่ยรินเฮลแต่กันเนี่ยจางกันบ่อยไม่เนี่ยอารอนบุลชันดานะ for the problem with COVID-19 is that it is an invisible threat ค่ะอันนี้พัดไม่นี่ตัวนี้ infect เราเนี่ยจะมา exercise กันที่เดียวค่ะอีกแล้วพอคน COVID-19 positive ค่ะอีallowไปแล้วไม่นี่ที่ละค่ะ because อันตัดฟ้าอันหลังทรัคตัวบ็อกซี่อันเนี่ยละอันหลังบ็อกซี่เราอันก่อห้ากับอันหลังตัวบ็อกซี่เราตาอันมันนี่ไงพอชินที่เป็นอันนี้เชลเราเลยค่ะตาอันที่เราเป็นอันนี้เชลเราตั้งปีบ็อกซ์นี่ so it is an invisible threat because we don't know who is infected and we don't even know how bad will this go on กันที่ที่นั่นนี่ก็มี March 3นี่เลยสองนี่อาจารย์คันสกูลจะพอกันหันกันตัวเราค่ะอันนี้ตาเองกิมขบเอลค่ะ it stand still ตับเป็นอมตาสุดท้ายก็เราจะกันหนึ่งสองอารมณ์ disrupt เรื่องที่บ่อยนี่เสียเนี่ยไม่ตานี่กุมตัวนี้นักกุมตัวนังพนักตัวนี้อัดแกงตัวเงี้ยยังตัวเราเงี้ยจีนั่นเรื่องว่ากันไหนเดี๋ยวกันไหนทำปกติก็มาเราจะเฮ้ยมิ้นแกงสันเราพอดไม่ตัวเนี่ยแกงสันนั่นเองนะไอ้เนี่ยใส่นะมามาดีไม่ตัวขับบินอีมิโซรามาเพย์ตัวที่เนี่ยจะปวดแข้งผ่านเสียเนี่ยเท่าตัวที่นี่มิ้นเดฟรินเพย์ตัว COVID-19 positive สัตว์หันเชียร์ขานินit was very again disheartening มัว future ค่ะ bright เราไม่นี่ bright เราเนี่ยไม่นี่ข้าอย่างแต่ข้าอันนี้ตาส่วนวันนี้ we don't even know how long will this last anymore สไลด์การเราจะเองเช่นเงี้ยเห็น COVID-19 มินเซียนสิลดอนคริสต์มาสแต่ตัวนี้กลุ่มจะพอกันใบMarch April แต่ก็ตอนคริสต์มาสอาการไวเช็คค่ะกันละตุ้มช่างอันเช็คแล้วนั่นสมัยเขาปะก็ไม่น่าให้เช็คค่ะละตุ้มที่กันเราเนี่ยก็เชื่อว่าแล้วไรค่ะแล้วเฉดปนในตาเสกันเฉดตักงว่าเงี้ยมันเลยที่จะพอกันไม่เฉดตาเนี่ย so we don't กันมันที่กันรู้กันไงตอนนี้แต่กันน้องดันซองก็มินติบ่อยมินสวยหิงต๊บไม่เนี่ยจังสันมินเล็บเสียกว่าเดือนละสำหรับ COVID-19 ที่หันสุดขอบสันนี่นัดชีแต่เราเตะหมดเทบ็อกซี่เราเราไม่จีบไม่อันนี้แต่กัดมีบ็อกซี่ที่หาสันนักกันไหนแต่ส่วนนี้กันรู้อธิไอเตะกันมังอันเตะช่วยกันตีแต่เฮียนินกันบุญหายตัวละมัวกันว่าปวดเหตุกันทุ่งเตะหมกันเฉียนเตะหมกันง่ายหน่อยไม่ชินนี่ไงค่ะ COVID-19 ไหนหลายชาเนี่ย social distancing ค่ะอันง่ายไปหมดเลยไม่บอกเสียค่ะทุ่งเตะอินเดียปวดนะโฟนเตะแต่เราแต่เราจอกตามมาเสียโฟนจอกแต่เราจอกเราจ้างแต่เราแต่อินหมูเงี้ยติดอันเราเตะเราง่ายถ้าอดีตกินเอนเตอร์นั้นที่น่าจะปวดเราเทนินที่น่าจะเราเห็นแต่ปนที่น่าปวดแข็งแรงบุกเสีย COVID-19 เทเราเอาวางพออินที่น่าจะเราเห็นนินมิโซตเพย์ซูที่น่าเฮียนินกันวันเนี่ยมาทันซูกันcollectivistic society กันเราเนี่ยนั่นละอย่าเฮียนกัน society กันพุ่งอินปุยต้น social support ไม่กันอินเปียอันที่นั่นไว้แม่กันแล้วเนี่ยฟังไว้แม่ฮัสเซบุซูกันให้มิเราง่ายจังเราเวลามิโซกันเนี่ยฟังอินไว้แม่กันง่ายจังที่เขามิเราแชททางไปเวลาสุดท้ายก็ราชานินจันทุ่มกันแล้ววินเลียนปุยเตกันแล้ววินรัลเตที่นี่ประชันทูเนียนประชันลาซากันนินกันเกิดคอมเตข้าอังที่ตรงข้านินกงทุยแต่กันรู้นัดนะกันไงนี่มีกันลุสูนนะลักกะมินเราติดยาตู้มินเราติดหาดำตู้มินเราปุยตู้ที่ตรงค่ะabout the vet ไม่นี่ชมไม่นี่ about the top ไม่นี่ว่ามีสมทบจะกันตัวสมทบจะมีโซ่ปังมีโซ่ทุ่งมีปังอินที่น่ะตัวนี้ทุ่งกับประคัดปอสมทบจะตัวสมทบไอต่ำได้ค่ะนี่จะขาแล้วหนึ่งไงอย่ามารอจะตัวงงต้องปอจะกันตุยเทตลอดแต่ไม่กัดไม่นี่ social distancing หันกันนนที่อันที่ชมกันนนอัติข้อหาตัวไม่ตาสู้เรากันCOVID-19 ไม่นะอันนี้บอกตาอะไรสวาเลนะจู่ๆกันชิลรุชไล่เตะกันลุสูนไล่เตะกันชิมติไล่สองเงี้ยมิชิงปุยเตะกันมาหมอไล่กันมาหมออังค่ะหมดเทค่ะอันนี้แต่เราไม่ค่ะเนี่ยกันนุนที่อาจจะชิมเลยสวาเลมาจู่ๆอันนี้รู้ละมาหาสัตว์นะปอค่ะนักสัตว์กินมีเสียงสักเลยแต่คัดไม่ตาเนี่ยอันมักไม่จู่ COVID-19 ฮารินมิลลิอนเลมิเตอังคัดวิกินมินรุนอันนี้เท่าไม่เทมาเซอันนี้จะจ้างเราดีไลค่ะกันเสียตัวมินรุ่นไม่ทีมาสิimpact กับเอฟเฟกต์ด้านค่ะอันนี้จ้างไม่อะไรวันนี้หาจะจบแต่ตอนหาสัตว์มาสวาลแค่พลัดไม่นี่ค่ะจะคำมีบางค่ะนี่ นี่นักตักมี economic divide social divide ที่อารันเสียมเลสวาลบอกตา COVID-19 ทุกอันนี้อมเลสวาลนั่นมันนี่ตานี่เช่นกันอินา isolation นั่นตัวกันเนี่ยที่นั่นเช่นกัน isolation นั่นตัวกันอินาอันนี้ตัวเราคุยอย่างเงี้ยจวนนั้น force อย่างเงี้ย BSUP อย่างเงี้ยปุ่นบอกสิเราจะพอหาเราในเท่าไม่ที่ส่งไงตาจวนนี้รู้ที่ Mizoram scenario หรือว่าตาพอ international workshop เนี่ยมาเสียกัน cover ที่ Mizoram มันนี่มีเอาไว้ Mizoram scenario ล่ะอยากกันเสร็จakan say na sa zo kan ni tin ka shat yan zo kan ni avangin ti le ti pat me yang so mi so ni avangin can we divide division hi around siam la se me ta an nei lo min ya le mi te mo contact nei tha le nei tha lo tung sa nga ta pon yang so khang khang ang ti zong zong a khan na sa tak main kan nun hi around ti buaya in COVID-19 ngay le azwal naka kan ngay ito kanin kan say tuy daw na kanito COVID-19 bi ka kanin a impact ka la kanin hey system na to hong biao may kan healthcare system ti boy vek ti boy ke ni ram re the te ya po ti khopyanin min han stop zi tan han stop zi le azwal ta ma ni in I alo achen ani po in test sung sa nga te vaccine sung sa nga te po ma ni sum sian reng po kan tum chuang lo wa sarkar kan pun te ka thavya wa amar to ka kan sei ja zo ka so kan nun khatyang khan na sa takin na ti boy ni shisel na sa takin na honga tin COVID-19 positive to te hianin an sei le pakhata chuanin an taksa an run tak khanin an run tak khanin COVID-19 hianin ahong hi aturu me ta ni tu apoi na anita tin I alo hey nikum dai to alo positive to te po kumin thleng pon thola ha de te engemaw hlau thona tuam ma te khatyang te kha ani thin ta so wang chuan in taksa hi alo run ne khop meya ru ni se thukhat ta te mental health te kha pe ka so aturu lu to ka COVID-19 avat tua va positive de care lo te po kan nun zong wa hi ati boy vek ta kan ru ati ti aya kan hlau thon in min te khata nitin lo ka po kan ina ni pakhata ran lu ringot meya kan me rum tru mi to me ni mo la chu hlau thon na kan lo khana sa ja chu ti chu kan ru kan thamwang to lo ni COVID-19 nuwa COVID nuwa han chu te khop tan kan ru hi alo ti ai ma me ta ar kan hlau thong ma kan thapha ma stress level at sang me ta tin a depression anxiety develop a disorder pe ka kan theng ma me ni mut thei lo na min siam sak na se me kan mu thei lo mut tui lo ta kan tam sot me ma so tui lo ta kan tam sot ta kan thei ti na tui ta lo me bai nya nge po kan ho to tan ti box te tel ve ngai box te pe lo da ran tel po kan me thei ni mo tui ta ka ran tel tin om na tu ralin ja ka attention and concentration po kha I alo atti boy rek me ni COVID-19 wang han le zwala na so ti khop so se tang khovela chan min han da ta tak me ta kan sum le pai din man te so sei po sei don pe tan sei tu kha tam lu tu kan na sa tak me min honga rei lo te chuan cham te han oma mezo society dam le na chu ti khan kan in pui de liam ma nam dang tu bon in pui lu tu thau ta ama ro se ke ma ni a chuanin om khom ni te na chuanin kan la in chiang homa awai nge wang te caution wang te na sa takin an pen chok na sa mi mal po pen chok na sa altruistic behavior motor tam lu tu ma se in pui khanin at seng chuang lo ni chu ti khop chuan kan e zon na konga te kan e alo kan e le bar kong zon na konga te le kan thil nei chungchang anga te po kan sum sian dan chungchang anga pona sa takin min hong boka ni ti kha ani ta ni he tun nai me ya CDC ina America alo ajil thwa jingai a researcher ran ti lan ran tar lan ni a hetla hi poimo ka ti awangin ka ran tar lang zwa ya hey COVID related death kha an zel ta ni COVID awanga COVID kaya te sang COVID awanga ki te ho kha an han zel jan khanin of course comorbid diseases ja so na dang lo nei sa de kha an lu tuk tho antinan hypertension de obesity mo thau lu tuk te I an lo khanin an zo lo zwala di pisang lo nei chang ten an lo on zo lo zwala ti kha ni ta ni ma se chu zinga so aron tel ta so strongest risk factors for death the current zinga so anxiety and fear related disorders aron tel ta me ta ni so this is quite interesting interesting kakatya ke chuanin chuma chungai chuan kha ti zau nan khana thalgau in ka sia chuwa to hi ka ran tar lang ani chu Mizoram ma hen zel chana chu kan na nei chiang ya lo kan ka sia ta chun kan na nei chiang lo ba amaro chu hi anxiety lau thon na mo hemi kan nei hianin COVID-19 positive an lo nei nuwa I thi pha nan mangta an tam pha em ni chumi ni awang chuanin hi kan he lo hmun danga hi an yem ni si chuanin keimani rama po hian ani na chance asang be ta hle me athan to COVID-19 al ke kan hlau zia te kan hlau dana te kan si ai hmana chungchang ate po khan na takin kan taksa kha alo homani ti lai kha kan shat thar le poi mo mind body connection sia kha alan tar lang sia em ni hetlai hanin kan ril ruwa kan dam lo ta pani swan kan ril ruwa thi kan tum ta pani swanin dam lo na chance asanga thi na chance asanga ni ti na ti chan na kha ani me ta so wang swanin hi anxiety and fear related disorders lai hi karan tar lang ani adang te kha so kan shat sa ani kha Tuanin psychological reactions to pandemic lo theng ta engtin nge kan ti don ti la ya kha tuanin so rim tong na stress te engtin nge kan lo don san dan ti la ya kha tu na hetla ya karan tar lan hi nang mani ni chena kha in nge twa
Oh, kan speaker internet hi boy look kan lo ha lok don ya. Internet chiang quang lo in min nanga boy thak khop me min le voin chu kan in she thiam tlang don ya. Oh, she's back. Miss Rem, can you hear me?
she thei tem
Oh, she thei ti khan she thei.
Okay sorry the internet lo bo
It's okay. You may
this
continue.
is the problem kan on sa yang hemi tun tam boy so sorry cái khai các trung tâm đã tốt thế chứ không?
Yes, you can continue.
Okay. All right. Okay. Then yeah, pandemic reaction I hianin kan ruwa alo thoda na hianin nitina ka hans ka sai zwaya khanin stress te anxiety kan nei te he panic mo elo ka thei lo ka tho te atot ka thin alo ka khan min twin min le han ti ang chi te hlau thon lai lam la min bwa lang te tin be don na te lungai na te thin rim na te po te la bokani to nin enge zo thengang enge thil theng to ka shabok si la ba te to nin he ka ru kha abwai ta ni tin mani in ti sum na thin lung nei hial po kha thlen the tat me ni he pandemic a to psychological reactions langsar zwal big te ni ni tena exercise atir te bul kan chana the exercise kan ti atang khanin in lo in heta ka ja ho hi alo lang ya le ti ai nang ni nang pana mom khopang ti chuanin kan sei tel do lok apia ke apokan la lod ni achang la ya kan do chat pa ha emotional distress kan nei khan COVID-19 awanga pandemic awanga antina nitina COVID positive contact lo ni te ta kan han sei ta khatya ang si zong kan do ne ya hlau na ina min lo tuam hian or shiom na ina min lo tuam te hianin it's quite normal ti kha sha the hi la vela poi mo khop me so ma san ni na khan in ilo zia zinga khan ni na psychological reactions to pandemic ti a karon tar lan zinga khan izia ho kha lo tel pal la bani swanin mental health issues kan nei ni te bo ilo te pal lange ani chuang lo thei ve thawani ti lai kan se du a because kan shelava ke thil hi pakhat na kan thil sha lo ta kan hlaw ve pakong zu chan chu hong kha an na em me ya nat na chỉ bài om tak shom tak at hen thei ba ka hi na khen khopa nat na lom ani a so bang tuanin i thina khen thei tu nat na lom tak ani awangin emotional distress kan lo ne ya kha a om lut tu kan ti lai kan sei du bok lo kan ni tu tuanin stress kan lo nei te po khani kan taksa alan chwa dan te alo dang lam theya kan ril ru a hong dan te alo dang lam theya kan ngei to na a hong dan te alo dang lam thei ta ni kan taksa ton kan e in te boy thei kan mut te at boy thei kan te dan kan alo te at boy thei kan emotional la cha lo na kan min to ma wangi engma ka ngei to thei lo mo ai ka tho te ha ka tha tham donin ka sia han ti ang si te ka lungai eng ma thil eng zong pan ka thir thei lo a thalai hi ka mu thei lo thalai mu te an te thalai om thei nem mo a thalai ka mu thei lo han ti ang si te om theya tin Dulu kan ngai tua na ni se attention concentration te active boy ra ka eng mai kan te pe lova kan ngoi ya kan sau ngoi eng ma te box si la kan sau ngoi ya yang san kan khatya alo kan nun kha na sa takin aron ti dang lamani ma se khang kha thil om lo ani chuang lo ti la ya kha te hi lo wila acha ang he a po han ka ran ta lang thau bok ta a te la ka han se yang zong kha ani ta ni te san achana te pe chanin he thu alo he thei lo thei lo na te po kan nei ve thaw kan ya relax thei lo mo an ha cho thei lo ang sia han an te tin kan chang chung kan tha te lo chang chung a I alo enga mani sa khanin kan jumpy em ta okay Miss Grace trong in thei
Yes, Shateya. What thing your
okay is my
presentation about
slide
me?
still on
No, it's
oh
not on.
hold
You
up
have to share it
it's
again.
still there okay okay
You have to share it again.
oh okay I think I don't know kan lang cái rồi lang nhấn thì kan
Oh, alang.
okay alright chuanin heta ang si ho kha reaction kan nei ang si hi stress reaction ani a heng kan karon da tar lan ho hi nang mania khanin michina exercise a khanin rintel lu tur o me le o ti la ya kha okay alright chuanin I allow poi mo le em me tu chan kha chuan lau na te lau thon na te kan nei hianin kha kan lau nan la ka kan lo filim the nan le kan lo ziam zok the nan le kan lo ha dam zok the nan ti hianin zu in me te me ja zuk me te amo to ber ka product tang ti chiang chan di dang aya me ja zu na sa ni dang aya sa da hom na sa ni dang aya good kha shikar an ti e ni sa ang ti ta po khanin be the thawani khang zong kha sometimes we tend to use all of these substances in order to elevate our problems. So can say of course, these are all unhealthy coping mechanisms and which can have very much adverse effects in our body as well as in our mind. So psychological responses to disaster can hand thoughts, feelings, action. Thoughts, feelings, action thoughts kan ti tan kan ngei to na nge thil lo theng ka ngei to na chon hlap an lo ka positive ve me nga positive contact kan nei fox thi chon ka positive na chal ka sang real me ya so bang chuanin ka positive ve ang ti ka ba lau ve o mo so how would you feel when you have those kind of thoughts I think nge chuan if feeling I think nge tu yang ti chuanin lo thon nei min khata ka thote ha ka thote aranga ka mutte tui thei lawa min test result shat ma so kom he thei lawa eng ma ka thil ti atui lawa tin nge ka action a chuan ka chu ka mu thei lawa so e te po tui lawa I alo kan ngai to na abing wa yang ta khani thei ta ni so kan share beng tur so kan ngai to na zer hian kan feeling si alo om chin ta ti ton kan feeling to zer hianin kan action aron thleng chin ta ni kan chet ja ka aron thleng chin ta ni ti ton kan chet da na zer khan kan thoughts kha kal le ati khana kwal chin ta ni so ma ton hei hi every time responses kan nei dan shim ani ve a kan ngai to na aron hong phata kan ngai to na zel in feelings kan nei ya kan feelings zel in action kan chet ja ka aron hong chin ta ni so alo kan khashan thiam phot chuan hemi kan thoughts khoi be khang ka thoughts khoi be khang ka feelings khoi be khang ka behavior ti ka khashan thiam phot chuan kha har sat na ka lo nei lau thona te po ka lo nei ni mei thei le thei lo na te lo ni mei thei khala ya ka arin ka ol san ta phot thina so wang chuan ni he hi kan ja la ni he to ka ti lo mai yang ti chuan in psychological first aid lo don ta ila psychological first aid to enge ni ta kan ti chuan in psychological first aid kan ti chuan ni chin na kan han se supportive and practical assistance kan ta ni supportive mo chan pui dom tin in shethiam taka empathetic taka in chan pui ton na la ya kha adi second high sat na lo talk to te disaster lo talk to te a hianin he IPF te hi apek thei ani ti chuan in practical care and support ani a ti chuan an mamo te va shat chian tuma an mamo te vangai saka va boy puya ti chuan in an again an basic needs saka adi takin hi poi ma em nan basic antina ele inten neyem tui te amamo em ti te vangai chwa va pek pat te tin har sat na an shom ti na te an ru an lo sei chwa te lo ngai thak saka kha apoi ma em ta ma se thil sei tur nei lo ni so adi takin disaster a tin sometimes a reaction dan kain ang lem lo ni chen kata chuanin trong zongin an ti ayanga an trong bor mala man ni lan chen ka ngoi tat kha om ve thei tho bok ta ni so wang chuanin hemi ngai thak thiam kha poi mo a alo trong do bak lo ani po a ngai thak sak ange ni abul nai alo oma amamo atur anga kan shat te lo ti sak wat bat te kha na lo tura lo siama kha poi mo em me ta ni tin an lo ti ai ni po a ha da so kha o tu le atu ma thil lo theng kha i alo enge ni alo don son thiam na tura ta na lo pui na la ya kha poi mo em me ta a ti chuanin information dang internan ataksa te kha alo thin heng ha mo medical assistance alo ngai ni chuanin khang te lo wa biak sakte tin psychological assistance alo ngai ani chuanin khang te kha lo ron sakte kha ang ti te kha kan ti thei ta ni PSA a chuanin basically PSA a chuan is about helping people to protect themselves from further harm mo ai na sok na am tor lo na tur ta na lo tu ya kha ani me ta ni so a goal but the better so PSA le renga chuanin a distress har sat na alo tok ta a tu har sat na disaster alo tok ta a so tu har sat na alo to asu adon sandana kha shom taka lo dong song la ya kha azia om zo theina tur ta na chan pui na pe ka kha anita a ti assessment kan stam don assessment kan ti ka ton enge amamo enge aduni ang enge atana kai tu engtin nge ama hi na an la zwalo na tur tan engtin nge chan ka lo lak pu yang ti la ya kha anita ni assessment kha kan sian sakton ni ti chuanin basically to litin ako emotional distress kan daw le har sat na kan lo to so ru te kan ru shom te kan daw ne magan lo an kha alo normal kan say emotional distress again disaster at one and it's quite normal can like can not award state okay quite again om lu to ite nei om da ya om lu to kyang har sa so po he tan om lom tia low normalize pre la ya me ta ni an kim na to te an base an nei tin to te lo ba pui na la ya ka PSS ani ta ni te tan PSA hi changka ya wan sha na than so I allow PSA lo ba pe kai cha ru na lo chen na PSA lo ba provide chanin he hanin har sa lo to tu ta kha him ya in sha da te an lo ni chi ta chin ta to him ya na in sha da twanin na kan lo ba pe a to him na kan lo se ve ka ru tak sa tha rau him na sei la ya hi twanin kha him na ne an in sha twanin an ma ni kan be sei na nung kha an lo nei da thei ta ne pa chan da ro be sei na nung lai ka an nei thei ni twanin kin an har sat na vasu kyang tur khan an man na po khani control ka sense of control ka mo an lo ne le na chance ka sang se me ta tu mi la ya apoi mo Kan ani le tu pingi PFA ki lo chang kai pui thayang kan ti tu po har sa lo tok ta disaster for distress for crisis and for har sa lo tong tu tan ha ni achang pai thei ni in ra la ro chuan nge tur tu har sa na tok ka ti khanin machine kan ang wa kan khum te lewin ang wa kan pian phung te lewin ang wa kan background te lewin ang wa khang rong tu ani ang kan lai ro ka har sa PFA pe tu ro ka share se ka pai te an no pang mo tu si an mo khalo dang ling theya kum pa min lo mo le kum le man lo pang zo thalai zo kan lo dang lang ve theya ti ru ka wan lo ni lo tu po ka share sian kha ngai ve de pok tai khang zo zo kha I an lo an ka lo va en sian bia sham ka poi mo ke me ya tin eng te ka nge ani le I an lo PFA kan pe kan pa sa sian kha immediately after even for crisis and all kamizo antina COVID-19 positive and it's low share among ana to lai at the pa tek the ani to ani manilo ka po hemia yanin kan psychologist min lawa po lo ngai ko psychologist governor Mizoram so han omni na ya ka bi ka yanin ho kha ram norta for set for karani Swanin PFA management se pa pe in tang kanin ya la force on the tan kan punan ba mangani so crisis and low tong ta positive and down ka kasi nga ta ba tek the ni as of course social distancing and lo much win strong ka ni la ya ka on boka ka ma hi ka ya lo ni ni ta kanin ka em le
Mr. I voice ka fluctuate more fluctuate more ni te alo he atop tu more tinge kan tiang I video off em tung kan
video
Mizoram mi video ka off ta la claiming data ka chak le ring an off chin te I video ka off
yanin kan dile sin kan den pa ka tha ka ajam ka trong in shan
azia de kan trong chin le lok te a top lo kan lo ngai thang
nhưng mà có thể có cái sự thể lâu mà cái em là kan tile chin kan zon chin nga lo ta cái mình đã chịu này zon ya o at thèm cái chỗ
miss I video kan off chin te video off kan audio cho kan na chen chu PPT cha hi lang tho mo
có off thể là ba số tắc số nhà mà có thể là ba số lại tắc số mình là off các mấy row host kan
ron off chin nang
off thể nhà
ikani video chu in off ko off alang to lo tu na chuan I video chu ti khan asmut deuh hlek lo mo han ti le chin te
okay cái dấu chưa bên nhà Planning PFA benefit tu te khoya planning khoya nge kan pe kan inti ka hona nge kan pe kan te ka kan sang te me ta khoya nge kan pe kan te ka so anywhere where it's safe for the helper and the affected person titani dia chuanin lo room sang ta kha bang ngai lem lo ma as long as kha room kha in kom na mun kha a hima are chan boka are han ti po kha in chong kha wai la mi dai la ti wai la wa in dia son te chuan kha mi dai te kha poi mo lai chuan ta a so ma chan PSA khoi mo la po pek the ni ma se mun kha him se ti kha ni ta a tin poi mo em me tu i alo an do te an him na tur ngai sa kang ya ta kim na kan poi mo nga i alo tin ri ru athabar an him na tur kan ngai chwa bo kang tin tu po ni se za taka kan ti ni an tin an ma ni khan chan pui ta kan lo du lo me theya khatyanga ta po khani kan chat thiama kan za sak kha ngai ni an right ta kan on se palani kha tuanin khan ta po kan lo za sak kha poi ma em me ta ni because not everyone sometimes wants to be helped like kan chat thiam be tho anga ya ke ma ni la mahan ba wai me em ma ila min khatyang song khan ru han lo dong song lo me the ni ti dai ta kan chat thiam anga ya tin an culture te an lo kan chat sak angai bok ta ni an ron tro bur te mo tin ti lo tu te kha lo ong ve ta a chu mi ya chuanin poi mo em to be honest ti la hi ni to dik tak kan sei sham sha mang ti mani lama chuan to dik tak thi om je nei kan ti thei tur te thei lo tur ka sei po sei lo tur ti la ya kha poi mo he me ya tin min rin ngam thei na turin min rin om takin ke ni po kan lo om ve anga ya tin kan thu sei te trong kam harsa ang chi te mang lem la vila an chat thiam tur ang zo nga trong kam kan man sham ka poi ma em me ta tin an thu sei te confidentiality te lo maintain sak sham ka an ba ni za om na kha kan hum him sak nga ni an tunan mi dang ka lo ba chan poi mi ka lo ba chan poi kha mi ma ka chan poi pa ka chan poi nu kha chung sang ta kha mi dang hela lo ba sei le ta kha acha je zwa lo ni di lai ha kan sei do ne to ba san kha ta anga mi kan ba chan poi ta kha ni mi dang he na ba sei zwa ta kha i al ati ti lem la ni pf ya chuanin kan ti lo top ni kan ti lo top to ran tinga mi ni so to ma sanin please respect the privacy of the person the chuanin I allow poi mo le so khang kan lo kan kan lo lom biao thei so lo thelo biao thei ba kan ni thelo biao thei ti la hi so nai so poi poi mo khop me counselor tan tan thelo biao thei lo thelo biao thei ta ni ngai zon tur ni lo ti la kan sei do ngai zong lo sham sha wela chuanin I alo chan pui na te ilo chan pui bang alo lo wa til pek lo petum he chan ni te mo til material thing til ko ki lo pe the okay chuanin khatyanga khanin in chan pui lo man lo pek te ka chong hi ala Miss Grace ka chong hi ala tang tho em ni
ai tang to la tu ka chan interference ra nom lo ka ni kha ni lang audio on
okay chuanin paisa te alo ya ega ma present palo pe do te ni theya korte mo ti khati don lo sham tur ni kha ka poi mo khop nei ka poi mo lut to ka ni chan pui na pfa a chuanin man nei ya in chan pui na ani miaw lo awangin I alo tin in ngai zon po khan ya olang ma se ti lo sham ro ti khai ni pfa a chuanin ani lo chuanin professionalism kha kan maintain don lo ti na ani ta poi em me ta ngai zong ani to in chan pui dan to si kha boy thak po chen chuanin I thiam na le I she da level kha shi tiang sham la apoi mo khop me ya tutlai ka ra ton referral hi she la vila refer hi she la vila midang hena ka thiam nei a he chu ka thiam na pia la mani han ti ang si ta lo ong ge thei ta tunga ta po san midang kha kan refer me don ani tin in refer la hi chen so khat chuanin alo hey tlom nga ya te tloma te kan la chin ta tlom na lampang thini ani mi alo ta a hwai sen thak zo ka ni mo mi alo kan thiam na kha alo limited ve thei ni so wang sa kan thiam na limit la ya kha kan in shat sian kha poi mo zo ka mi dang te chan pui tur chuan tin it's not about you it's about the client it's about the affected person nang ma chung chang ani lawa nang ma thiam na te na lampang ani lawa client khanin a ha dam zok zel theina tur ta ne adam na kha dam na kong azo chiang zok theina turin azo di theina tur ta na chan tuina pek ani awangin the sham chuan refer kha acha ani ti laia kha kan sei do boga tin please as ni sira ka sayang khan an chan sin kan bidang hela sei zo lo tur kha to kha ta se tin cái mà ni sung trang nó phải tiệt chiang bọc chú liam lâu cho bơi mò chiên cái bọc mà là trang cái này to chiên là chiang gì lắm bằng khá mà bơi mò lâu mò cái lại khan cho vào cho mà ni sung trang cái xây lên lo chiên ta mà ni sung trang cái xây này hôm nay là vợ client sung trang anh hay hiểu it can bơi cái sung trang anh as a teacher it's about your student it's not about you cái lại kha thì hiểu lâu sam khá bơi mò khóc mẹ thì cho nên PSA so ni le tin ni si so ni I allow psychologist how so si to lam ni strong le he so PSA kan training de kan de ka one day training de ka talk ya when mo ben ya ta po in lo shaton if so ni can always give PSA which is very very important because it is not something that only professionals do on the level ni la kan say book to ni so the one he appoint mo ta ni PSA kan look listen link ka the he la oh enang enge kan enter so tunge chan pi ngai so 18 nge enge a risk factor te a hlom dan level enge nyang mo mamo te anayem enge I'm going to look at it so I'm going to listen to what listen to the conversation listen to the pay attention the allow tin ama real shom ne ta accept pang ka normalizing the worry kan ti to kha ka chang ti ta kan ti ang ti so ama mo ne te I allow kan mai thak sakang the one in link referral ka ni ta ni and nan ke ma lo accountable te po ka do me the accountable na ya ngai zong te amo an pi pasal te ma fa te bun nai te po do me the ka ang zong ka let's try to link them mo na kan so it's about the client it's about the affected person it's not about you look listen link poi mo lo to kani the one in PFA de COVID-19 na hian pi takin boy kha MME so COVID-19 is an ongoing cardiac stress test means aronti ni pakha thianin mo Horation Brown te han on senya dikhi ke to ongoing cardiac stress atinan it's like COVID-19 is giving us mini heart attacks on Kani. So more COVID-19 second wave, third wave, oh my god, no longer affected, oh my god. So it's like we are having this ongoing cardiac stress, this mini heart attacks in very many. So of course, if we're going to be like this, it's not healthy for our body, it's not healthy for our mind. So as I boy meta so kan chat sa thau karon se zoi ani so let's say PFA kan pe ka han kan avoid nge to so diagnose pop te hi lo sham to ni antinan that nothing lo ba pek te depression ne ni hi anxiety ne ni hi lo ti ve pop te kha atu lo ni because if we are not the professionals who can diagnose ani lo ka twanin diagnosis siam to kan di lo ni PFA so ti kha chat te hi lo sham ni la tin poi mo le so ni chana po chen khat khanin exercise kan han ti a the COVID-19 scenario exercise karon pek so khanin chen ka kan nya lo ton te ti ka tin ti hat pakhat ka tuma ni pakhat ka twanin ke so 18 wak ma hai min effect lo lo ve lo ra ren kha iron tin ka sha tuma khanin mo kami so we should not assume that every disaster everyone will be traumatized ka the ke khek to khani lem la machine kan an lo la kan pom thiam ka ngai me chen kan ci ayan mang angan an chap tor line chen ka se tin wak ma lem lo in la pa to khana lo dem e the thau ta so khang an de the ni ti la kan se tel do bok ta ni so not everyone will want to be helped the like a the lo bokila but help tung cha lang ta kama so sometimes I want to be left alone alone to take ta suppose let's respect the client's wishes not the person's wishes ka poi mo mainly tin so ma ni tung chang lo sei zo zo kha ti lo sham to ra ne ki pa quarantine to ki pa positive to lom hei lo ti ang ti mo I alo ka shel to I ton to ka shel to lo ti nya positive choi ni me the ma se in pan dan level ang lo me the ang hong dai ang lo me the chan pui na in pan dai ang lo me the so let's refrain from doing that mo ke ma ni din hona ang khanin lo ba thia phe kan sum chin ta ma se ama din hona chang zo ka kan thia sham kha poi mo ni I pa lo to ka nga te la ho lo to ka da sa mi pai ni lon ni zo wa phe kan tin na sa chin ta ni so van chanin mi pa anya cha zo ho to mo so van chanin ti lo sham to ma ni clear na angle chang to wa lo clear sak lawa kan mi chan pu te clear na angle changa an din hona changa lo clear sak sham a ri ro na ni twan ri ro na kha pom pui thiam Parsat na nge alo chap bor mi pa ani ami tu te alo chap zai alo chap ani ti kan lo shat pon pom mi tur khatalai ka poi mo khop me chu I alo kan PFA son kan ngai poi mo le zwa le ni nang ma chung chang ni lawa ama chung chang zo kan mi chan pui te chung chang zo kan mi pui te chung chang zo kan ni the son COVID-19 and education hi karan tar lang zo ya tu tu te kan ni number wangin kan sia COVID-19 son kan min thung eng ki ma ti boy ba ka chung chang po zir tu kan ni ang te kan zir lai te pon na ta kin hong ani hi apo yuma ma research te chung changa karan ka la kho ma hi yan lo karan tar lang zai tu hey po online learning online training kan online workshop sorry ok tan te kan lo nei ta chu ta chuanin online hi nikum mata 2018 te ka chuanin lo ni chang lo ta it was there ma se lo ja kan mang lo everything is like e-learning tools and the online and kim kan ni ta hey webex kan ti when apo lo zoom kan ti google meet kan ti at sang ka on pa na sa ran ho sak pa mma ne hala ni ho ka ma se kan kai box si kha ni ta ni chuanin online learning hi lo that de kha om tho box ta ni ati takin taksa arwal ban lo ta tan han alo cham mma kha alo ni a chan su de lama chuanin hey mun ka lo ngai te kal kong lom in shat na ta pom mi ron an lo ban lo kha chuan mi ron anga an lo shat be the lo phe kha chuan lo shamuang big te lo ni phe kha chuan har big te lo ni phe lai nga an ma ni ang kha an ni to kha in ki an mang kha ni ya wa so physically challenge students an nanin kal kong har sa taka tia in nge ni wheelchair te amo kha chen te akal ngai lo ma chang ya lo some taka e-learning han nei the so alo ja bia wani ti la ya ro kha so kan the hi lo sha poi mo alo amma ero chu ani ta ni amma ero chu challenges kha om be ta ni se na po he na po ni ta ichong fia lo ichong kha tang chup me ppt bo de mon se na po sa pam ki ma po bo tar karen in min ti boy accessibility to karen accessibility to internet and technology ka alo har sort na ka alo yan this happens everywhere sabram atapon ni thawani these are all studies by sabram khanitani mo so man kan drama phi ka san hin le za la hati han me ta so kan lo kan sha thang poi mo still of course ko sayang kan social and economic divide ni sin apo pandemic min lo siam na sa khop me kan ti la ka online learning I'm sure you must have heard about a situation in Goa last year. Online learning now class 10 smartphone apaka bus driver anu khatsu dang tinna jawin kha akal the lo ta pandemic aswanin so wang chuanin phone pakhat se an han nei kha unaw pahni anlo ni box si unaw pahni anlo ni na la ya khan phone kha ni class arwal te khanin pakhat do class la ngai ta so class kan lo alo ngai kranin how to te lam anlo how ve de sel box si so wang chuanin kami la ya khanin shom tin kin poisa har sat na la ya ka suman har sat ja chung chang ka in chunga ka anlo sei rek box ya no le pa ten shom tin tu kin ain oklin tani I'm giving an example of a very sad situation so ya ang din hun te hi alo theng ta kat me ta kan ram po hausa kan ni mi alawa tum le pa ya har sana tam tak ne kan ni kan students tin nu na po khan kan shat ka ringa tin technology to internet accessibility kha thu khat ne ta ang se vani zo lo antanan data plan zo ve khan ti ang chi te emo wifi connection la to phe to nei he lo to nei kam lo to po anom zok ka ringa tin alo to phone to po phone thar le te lo ngai ta smartphone tom ber po eng za nge yang sang kai nge bok ta ni no le takin izana buena lo tok tan on dibe touching box laptop pe ko kon say lo fa po hian online learning atan po hian so so the crop that economic divide the ka aron siam na sa me ta so avoid thak na ani tin siam na ko nga ni se technology skills hianin azir tir tu tengi po kan siam tak chuang lo ni kan zir sop ta kan ni chu boy thak ta ni azirin kan han zir sop ta kan zir sopa, and it gives us a lot of frustration more I allow so ni ta ni so wang chuanin I allow a boy thak me ta tin zir lai po te thau chu ania zir lai pon azir sopa athiam na unlimited ve zir tir tu po kan zir sopa kan thiam na unlimited ve với nào po in miu ro ti ren kan ngai khawa zir tir tu po ka chiang ve la kan nia so wang chuan zir lai te phe ka chuanin le zo la na ka har sa da tam tak an nei ani tin online education ve de me so zir tir tu in ni in tin ngai ka sin la dan tu ka shelawa ke po zir tir tu thau ka ni class kan lo la ka he kan lo du tho ve de u sak chin la ya hianin hemi offline na an hun man chan chi kan lo bo tel pui ve na sa khop me ta chu chuanin an mani la ma la screen time ma kha kan pela salu to ka he screen and na chance kan pela salu to ka so screen time hianin there has been lots of studies that has revealed that screen time atam po le depression le na chance sanga mood boy na chance sanga anxiety ne na chance sanga ti hi study tam takina man lai han ti lema about 3-4 years ago atanga anlo mood to antani to screen time to online learning on low hey lavin kan hain patile le ta box ta so we can just imagine the mental health of our students poi mo many tin in lama no le paten an lo pui rek thei lo ta zir na chung cha ta phei chuanin thiam na awang te po in thiam na te ba lo limited thei ta hun an lo pe thei lo bok ve ta no le paten chumia chuanin har sat na lo thei ta tin specialist nei ho an tiran walban lo de kan the hil po thin ta walban lo te phei chuanin in lama hianin chan pui to hi an lo nei thalu tuk lo be thin bok ta khang te kan ta tin mak de me so online learning hi a quality yam to ra ngai na hi kan na nei het me ta ni alo yam ve nge ni chu ka sha chuang lo ta ma se yam a quality yam to ra ngai na an cham tak chong la bang ti be nei na yang class la lo ai class la ti te kha kan ni chin ka ring ke ma ni ho po ka so we tend to perceive online learning as being very of a lower quality than offline learning the chuanin I allow stress level kan pesanga exam kan the technology problem lo tam box dropping out the chance kan pesanga and this was very important. The next point is domestic violence hi no panga child abuse lo talk ta se child abuse case if you look at the CWC the point the CWC cases the child line the point yang to kan han zo po in le research tam tak point approve no point in put lo to ta se in lama mo to kami kha lo to ta se ator chuanin I allow mo masa ber tu mo masa ber thei tu le asha masa ber thei tu chu zirtir tu te ni so wang chuanin domestic violence cases tam take zirtir tu tana anlo report chinawa an chin azara no pangten anlo him na chan saka ton din huna lockdown na te school kal to lo na chuanin asang ta stop nei tan domestic violence cases hi asang ani ti laya kha kan theng hil lo sham apoi mo a tin kan achalo lai ka ron sei lai achalai ka to om ve thau pok ta ma se achala ya hianin poi mo nei chu zir lai te ril ru kha apoi mo ta ni zir lai te ril ru zo ka kha har sat na po ni ma se kain adapang har sat na po ni ma se ka in siam rem me yang har sat na po ni ma se ka thiam theyang mo ti na thin lung ne na he online learning akha aron tel chuanin the chances of that student excelling in his or her studies becomes quite high to the point one tin a topic ka hi la ya hemi side b ka topic hi there's still to ten thing lo shami la ka do me ni Maslow before Bloom Maslow hierarchy of needs ka omta so the hierarchy of needs ta chuanin kan mamo ma sabe su kan physiological needs ni kan ele into kan neyem kan puarem kan cham lavem ti kha poi mo ta ni chuan kan basic needs kan hu ma sak ma a zirna chungchang homework te kan lawin pek vaka zirna chungchang it pass lo san ti kan ti kan lo de tinge class ro le ten lo ti kan lo ti a khatwanin ten no pang kha a him na kha asahim na kha kan ngai to pui le poi mo ni atak sahim na aril him na mo a himemก็มีรู้ว่าเจ้าจอยนี่ทีมนัดอะไรมาหมดตักa basic needs เตa pushกันนี่หิมนัดเตโมเราหิมบอกจวนก็มีรู้ว่าเจ้าจอยนี่เดี๋ยวนัดจงจังฮิตซูอังไงตัวเทsoบางจวนนี้อันสหิมนัดเตอันเอเลอินนั้นหูอันจ้าจามเลยสิแต่ค่ะกันเราไงตัวเตลเทชามจวนนี้เดี๋ยวนัดจงจังหรือว่าไอคานี้เนี่ย syllabus ดอกมาคานี้ที่กันไงตัวเทลชามก็ไปมาเนี่ยไม่นี่Swanin mental health depression le anxiety le na chance ti sang tu te athakan se le azwa nga array to bia lang to khoi te kin min no she thya me ula ke pe poi ma ka te box ti Swanin media exposure more information shang covid-19 and tirnan man mi apo he sar moi te nen kan lo sei to bin ka sha sar moi te ni tan ka sei po ya ka ni tin ne ya okay อันตอบเนี่ยถ้าตอบเราก็ต้องที่อินดัชเทเท่ากัน
อันเชตเรมี
โอเค
شتى ميس
okay thank you soนี่ตินินkalom ke covid-19 positive zate thi zate allow akhoi lai te kha ni tini information te INPR len chatakin an vonga aron ti chwaka I alom me ta ni ma se covid-19 chungchang shim I the da hi atam ve shim ta chen thakin antinan zu in la covid-19 la kai himang thi te khalo omta internal mo khate ang si so dik lo de te I allo tang khan om tam me ni so ma covid-19 increased media exposure hianin ke ma ni anxiety min do siam tak zo ki allo ni lutuk ta tin social media use po ani thau bok ta in dam lovin phone hi ning vem ka shalawa dam lo ti han phone hi allo stressful ta hi kan chat chin kha ka tyang do khan so ma increased social media use te hi I allo apoy he hianin depression le anxiety in a chance of sang me ta tin I allo an school hi an ngai allo play role hawin abi takin athan su play role no na chuan kan chat an khanin peer chante an poi mo so kami chante an poi mo lai khanin chante an mak mulo khanin an nun atashi oma chante ne na ba ho socializing kha moอันเดี๋ยวในอินชิมมันไงไอ้มาปันค่ะอันเรามานะเดี๋ยวว่าพอฟิล์มทูติเดี๋ยวว่าอันเราsocial media อารมณ์ชอบค่ะ school กัลกับอินละอมให้กันนิ่งต่อโน้ปังปากเจนนักเรียน school กัลก็จากต่อตีมาติงเง school กัลจากอันที่ค่ะนี่ playground ในอินเทลค่ะจากกันนี่ว่าso ฉันจะเนี่ยนะ socializing ค่ะอันนี้อันไงไปหมดเนี่ยไม่ตัว dollars and pays ค่ะ socializing ก็อมตลอดค่ะอันนั้นที่อติขวารเนี่ยนี่ก็จะชื่อมันนี่ที่ไล่ค่ะกันเสร็จแต่ว่าที่ school ละค่ะที่ที่เขาเตะที่จนที่มันเตะอันบ่อย่างที่มั่วหันเนี่ยข้างแต่ค่ะว่าเราจะช่างอมเวค่ะจะมาเตียละมาค่ะนี่ข้างอันว่า miss out ตะค่ะนี่อันรู้อติชื่อมันนี่ที่ of course technological problem ค่ะจะมาบอกกันเสร็จตัวค่ะนุ่นที่อติเราอติชื่อบอกกันนี่ตอนนี้ตัวฉันหัวเราเขาจะนิตาอาการเสียตาtin ina ngat khanin I allo kung tala an lo pui lem lo hian mo pui ting pui tu kom tur an han nei lo hian an nun hi ati ko har boka ati shi bok ta tin ama mental health problem lo nei sa an nei pe substance abuse problem ten lo nei me theya I allo anxiety problem the depression ten lo nei to me the kha ang si lo nei sa tan thei chuan tun lockdown na han tar ina tar hianin kha ang si dat na an lo nei sa ron punlun na chance kha ati sang me ni tin no le pa te anin thung bo rak apoi mo le bok ta pa zu in mi lo ni pal hlawa boina siam chi te lo ni phei chuanin ti ang chi te in thung kha shi om lo ti a in thung kha lo him lo ni phei chuanin in how reng no pa lo in how reng ti te ni thei ta fa te chu man lo chuana kha te ang chi te po om ve thei bok ta kha ang chi zong zong kha apoi mo em me ni so chuan depression le anxiety ni na chance ati sanga ma se kha depression le anxiety le na chance ti nyam tu kha để ta ni từ từ bây mọi nó sẽ bỏ mắng đào nó là rùa tham quan anh tí ni cho nên là phát hiện na cho nên chung qua in bộ tuần nó trả in việc bộ nó tuần nó trả om hiền nín để lâu nấu bằng tiền hiền nín anxiety và depression nên nó chẳng có tiền nhà mà tí tin exercise chalut tập mấy nè exercise là chân nặng quá thì như hợp exercise and depression hi atin hiam tak hi tu time and time again i approve ni mo i allow research in approve ni ti tanin feina ma nia alo feina azira zir top the ani tu feina chuanin na sa takin covid-19 related to depression le tin la ka ti nge min tu ja om tin kan ro kan student te e chaturin fui fobila mu chaturin fui bokila exercise la regular turin kila chung te ne na anum ho thathe na turin hun nei te siam nge ni sei pui chini la class kan nei hanin atang pan ti na huna te pon phang ve pa po ila po mi ala vani ti na hun an ma ni la ma khan how do you feel about today or how do you feel about lockdown more let them express an ma ni la express the chance ka in la man nei lo me the online class kan ani na chance ka omani so wang chuanin kamilai te kha the hillo bokila of course be creative dance kha to ni apo kan no zir to bokta kha ka apoy ma ema tin kan share reng tur chu online an lo tam chuan online bullies a omve thawani bullying la ka khan an lo him the na turin en kan sei tamangai bully chung chang hi online bully hi atam em ani ti kha kan sei du boka ye chu lai te la ka an lo in be him kan sen be ko ha sei zo zo bila apoy mo bia wani tin ke ma ni lam en ko lila ila bila in touch an thiam na te touch ne zinila tin lo refer kha she lo bokila tin no pangte ti an lo an express the na turin art pang te pon entena thil lem zia te mo khate ang zong te pon encourage bokila poi mo ne ani ti la kan sei do ta tin ba ka thu sei hi an sak ve thi so ma so sei na chan pek dia zo hi pek de fo hi acha ani ti lai kha kan sei do bo kan ni so ti chuanin hey nang lawin enkol thala nang ma nge po kha lawin enkol thala athan chu midang enkol tu ri ni chuan zir tir tu ni mi tam tak ikuta an oma so ma so in enkol that ve kha apoi mo that me so one point yourself, be kind to yourself, and amapan har sa ta ilaw paltlang to china lam pero pal har sa ta siyang sa ilaw paltlang to kasi mata tun har sa ni engmangi ipaltlang thei lamang ti na tinlong ne na nasa taka I alaw nang male nang ma po in free ton for waka apoy ma me ta I channel ta po ita siya ma channel third ta po ka I don tiam ka apoy mo le tin baka I allow midang even advice ang book ka nang ma kan please take your own advice. I am trying my best to take my own advice today because dito na kanin I allow karon luto ama bang kan sa from kima class kan ko taron tara I kan kahun na ron theng don cha ka connection zong zongan cheta rek ni sa mo nya na karon saya I allow ka thana plus lwa me ta PFA for yourself and just one trying my best to my own advice mo so the anita ni he vai na po glitches tam ta kom so in kan ti be chho so ni ve phat me ya in Mizoram of course it seek support ke mani sa win har sat ni kan so kyang the chin lo so wang san midang kha kan va pun be te kha apoi mi ala vani mo kha I an lo tak lo na ani ngai lo tak na zo kan ti kha the hi lo bokila poi mo khop me ya of course understand what you can control and what you cannot control. I control the chin, I control the lo chin ka. I kaya sang tiyan mang COVID-19 bo ro siya ka control the ni lo. Mas COVID-19 ka lo dan level ro ka so ka control the ni ti la ya ka apoy mo me ta tin trong chai na le lom na chang sia ta hi lom na tur zon na zia thak fo ta hian na sa takin kan ru ngai to na min lo ti zia o min lo come on china chu chanin min pui na sa ani ti la ya kha kan se do chu wa chanin heng zong zong hi shetelin midang te en kol na ta a khan thei top kan cha je tu ra bi se yang kalome
Thank you, Ms. Ram. Ms. Rami?
Yeah, I can't. Sorry. Yeah, yes.
hey comments positive tak po kan dong chawa ame ro chu hun kan nei vak to lo wa han next session hi tran hun le mai don chu ban chanin questions hi kan la ri lo mai anga vo in ni ya minon tel pui theya kan lo be ma expert tak ten facts ne na inon soi hi chu angai nom thinin kan tangkai pui thau ka ring ani to na tan chuan he session hi chu du to potila Miss Julia ti ne na next session chu kan la na nge
Okay, thank you. So I take over the session now. Since we're coming to the last part, so I think we have the the concentration part. There are kan lan yang there are so trap to lampang kanon theng to the last part of this online workshop alung len thak don hian ka sia wa inni page can experience a cha hian ka shelut to ka ma saying in technical glitches te zewa. But in spite of that, henge kan ti theizel like tuna kan resource person na so de aso yang chia khanin henge there are some things that we can control and some things that we can't control. Mo ka kan accept yang ai china. Alright, chuwang chuanin henge engpo ni se kan thei ang hianin kan kal zelanga then enge kan control thei ka chon kan control anga kan control thei lo kha chu kan pom me anga and we go forward more chuwang chuanin tuna po valedictory hianin kan ron pakai ta mei ta nga. All right, so I am sure that all the the persons taking responsibility in this, taking role in this valedictory are here. Let me just check them. Remy screen here. Share his top 10. Stop share. Moya.
Yes, Miss. It's no longer shared from my side. It's already stopped.
Oh, stop to.
Oh, I
Stop.
Okay.
Okay. Look, even I'm having some problem over here. Just bear with me for a few minutes. Today is jinxed and not jinxed also. There are 50-50 Melanie. There are okay, they can't okay. They can't mean shit him, katong in shit him.
Yes, Miss.
Oh, shit here.
Yes.
Yes,
Miss. Miss.
They can't hand trong soup lo hula break ni deu me or to na kan resource person in sayang then the kan
Trong cái lúc nào?
need
Trong về tu.
Miss.
Miss.
Oh,
Mic testing.
Han in test lock deu
Hello, ta le mai.
Testing.
Lock khop mấy.
Okay, he break ang vet ani.
Trời. Trong cái tìm xem
Kan mic ka ito ang Ibu na to. Kahun ka mang ve ang ti kanin mic.
Trong na hun bin pe ban lo me.
Okay, now everybody can mute yourselves. Now I will unmute myself while all of you mute yourselves. All right. No chiang de kin kan enge kan ball de ulak teng cheu hun rei to boka chance kan nei to do no. Chuanin professor zo kai chuang hi omem le mem Professor zo kai chuang hi.
Yes, I am very much sure.
Okay, ma'am. Been ready?
Yeah, much ready. Yeah, much ready. Thank you.
Okay. Kan tran do nang valedictory kan tran do nang
Mizoram
All right.
invite in. Oh, yes.
Miss, itu trong karon tinok nok do na.
Okay.
Apoy mo bera ka tuan siya tiam ka apoy mo bera tala.
Participants are most important, true. Okay.
Okay, so I welcome everybody to this valedictory program. So this is the last session in this online workshop, and it's a pleasure to have been organizing this online workshop. All the participants were really active, and it was a big success. I thank everybody engaged in this program. Then there are people who did not have the proper signal, proper network, and very very unfortunate that they could not attend live, but you can view the program in YouTube. So we're lucky again, we have other opportunities to take part, even though there are things that we cannot do, but there's always a solution if we try to find a solution. More problem to amount, but there's always a solution. Chuanin tuna chuanin kan keima ka trong hun ani katia chuwang chuanin please everybody mute yourselves so that we can have a smooth valedictory program. I request everybody to mute themselves so that this will go smoothly and it won't take so long. But if you unmute yourselves, we'll have to remind you to mute yourselves again and again. And that will take some time. Chuwang chuanin tuang taka hun poitea akal the na turin tu oila. Chuanin now I invite our most senior psychologist in Mizoram amongst the Mizos. She's our mother, the mother of psychology in Mizoram. She has been advising everybody. She's not, she's not afraid to share everything that she has with all her juniors. We're all her juniors, and with her warmth and her always ever ready to help everybody. Please welcome Professor Zokai Tuangi, the INSPA General Secretary of INSPA. Sorry, I'm just my speech is not smooth. Sorry for that. So I welcome Professor Zokai Tuangi to give the welcome address.
Thank you so much, Madam Juliette Laremoy, and good afternoon, everyone. It's really, a great opportunity to welcome you. I'm not to propose a vote of thanks, just to welcome you. I welcome you all in this valedictory session. And since the beginning of the first day, I have been with you. Though I did not, open my video and all, but I have been through. I really happy, and I thank God to the Almighty God to be able to have this valedictory session. And not only of that, you all able to attend this session. Right now also sometimes, around 600, 700, like that all the time. And most of them also join us from the YouTube. This is very great. It's a great success for the INSPA here in Mizoram. As General Secretary of INSPA, I just would like to say something about the INSPA. Could you hear me? I do hope that I am audible.
Yes.
So as a secretary, I have to say something about the INSPA. The INSPA is, we have been working, and we have branches in that most of the state of India. And here in Mizoram, we also have here, and a convener is Professor Rinpari Ralte. Like that, in other states also we have a convener. All a convener actively working for the promotion of INSPA. As our president also said, that national president also said on that opening ceremony also, and he said that that's a book of school psychology is about to come out. The English is already came out, And we are waiting for that in our own language, in our Mizo language, Mizo Trong in Mo. We are waiting that anytime it will come out. So we are trying hard to be able to have within this week. This is about the INSPA. And our president already talked about the INSPA, the aims and objective. I'm not supposed to say here, but what I would like to say is that about the INSPA, okay? INSPA, as we have said, membership is open now because of the pandemic. You have to pay only 3,100. This is, with the concession. Because of this pandemic, we are giving concession, okay? And that is everyone you can join right now, and this is a time to join that. So I would like to say about that why we have to join the INSPA. Okay, the INSPA is in all over India, as I have said. We have branches, and every year we have to organize international conference at different places of India. And as I just give you that, because in 2011 we have in Vellore, and 2012 we have in that Calicut University. 2013 we have in that Madras. Now it is Chennai. And 2014 we had in that Guwahati. And 2015 we had in Mumbai. 2016 we had in that Pondicherry. And 2017 we had the international conference in that Mysore. And 2018 we had in that Visakhapatnam. And 2019 we have in that Ahmedabad. And 2020 we had in that Aligarh. And this year we are planning to have in that Chennai. So this is for your kind information. And every year we have not only of that general conferences, okay? And time to time we used to conduct certification program. And this year also we already had that certification for counseling in that May. And another one is that certification for GAM-based therapy we had in that June. And certification for school psychology we had in that this month, July. And so in the next month, we are going to have a certification for special education in that August. And certification for learning disability we are going to have in September. And certification life skill we are going to have in October 2021. And certification for parenting and well-being that also we are going to have in the month of November. This is about the INSPA, okay? Not only of that, every of our branches in different part of a state, now and then they are organizing like we have today. In their own way, they are organizing that different kind of workshop, seminar that you can participate if you have become INSPA member. So another one is that INSPA is affiliated to ASPA. Okay, ASPA is that Asia Pacific School Psychology Association. That ASPA cover different countries in the Asian Pacific countries. Okay, Australia, Bangladesh, Cambodia, China, Hong Kong, India, Indonesia, Japan, Malaysia, Myanmar, Philippines, and South Korea, and also Thailand. And that INSPA also had because that ASPA was started in the year of 2019. In that year, we had international conference in that Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. And 2020, we had that conference in that Colombo, Sri Lanka. And last year we had, or this year we had that Kuala Lumpur and Malaysia again. So after these things open, after this pandemic finish, we all can participate in different countries in their own ASPA conference. We can attend that, and that are affiliated countries. They used to organize their own international conference. That also we can participate if we have become this INSPA member. Not only of that, I'm going to say another one also, okay? INSPA is also affiliated to International School Psychology Association, okay? That is, affiliated to UNESCO. So that the ISPA also organize international conferences in different countries. As we have recorded that, in that, last year, I think we had in that that INSPA conference in that we had in that Leuven, Belgium, and 2021. I'm sorry, 2021 we had in that Nicosia, Cyprus, and 2019 they had in that Basel, Switzerland, and 2018 they had in that Tokyo, Japan, and 2017 they had in that Manchester, United Kingdom, and 2016 they had in that Amsterdam, the Netherlands, and 2015 Sao Paulo, Brazil, and 2014 Kaunas, Lithuania, 2013 Porto, Portugal, and 2012 Montreal, Canada, 2012 or 2011 we host here in Vellore in India. So next year they are going to have Leuven, Belgium. All of those, if you have become a member in INSPA, you can attend it there. Those who are a member of INSPA, it's easier to have registration, and there is some kind of facilities and benefit also there. And not only of that, this is that can help you to get a visa also. It is like certification to have a visa. These things I would like to share you. That is one side only. The most important one is that through this INSPA, as you have been saying, you can attend so many conferences and so many workshops and so many certification programs that will enrich your knowledge. As we all know it, that because of this UGC, time to time, they change their regulations. For the promotion, it is much required to attend international conferences and attending the, participation or, presenting a paper in those conferences, workshop as a resource person like that. So many chances are there, and that will help you, okay. And the most important one is that, with that, you'll gain knowledge. The knowledge you have, you can disseminate to your student and those who are nearby to you. This is as being a general conference. I am very much, what to say. If you could join this INSPA, all those facilities and benefits, you can enjoy that. This is the time to join the INSPA because if you paid only 3,100, you can become life member. The life member is, I joined this INSPA in, I think, long time back. I think somewhere 2012, the founder, president, professor, he introduced me this INSPA, so I joined it. So till today, I'm joining. I really, happy to join this. Day to day, we are increasing the numbers also. Right now, when I joined this INSPA, I was, it was, the members are only 111. I was the 111 membership. I was there in our registration number. But now, we are more than 1,000. So if you join here, you all are earning. It's nothing because 300 is nothing for us. We all are earning that. So you do it that today, and that will help you in your service length. And after that, also you can, continue to participate in all of those activities. As I have been telling to my junior and my friends, this INSPA is the best organization if we ever going to participate in academic facilities. This is the best one. This is as a General Secretary, I would like to tell you that. So I request you all to join this INSPA. And another thing is, what I have to say is that today I am very, very thankful, though I am not the one to propose a vote of thanks officially, but, it's, could not control myself to say thank to you all. So with that, last, as I don't have much, time given to me, only 10 minutes is given to me. Being the teacher, the school psychology, we all know the school psychology. Why school psychology is that we all are the teacher. We are the person to join the school psychology. And we have to learn, we have to improve. And that according to the time to time, we have to upgrade ourselves. New things are coming up, and some things are, almost unfunctional or no more relevant too. And because of that, we have to upgrade our knowledges. We have to improve ourselves this way and that way. As school psychology, we have to do it that. And In this school psychology, we have been saying that most of those who are having some disabilities, we are paying most attention to them. General people told us, the government is taking care of them. But we psychology, we are very much caring of those who are disabled persons. And this is very important that, and so many, psychological health, psychological illnesses are there. That is not knowing, if teachers are not knowing all of those, that how can he help them out? As Bible also clearly say that, in that Matthew chapter 15, verses 13 and 14, it is clearly say that if a blind man lead a blind man, both will fall into a pit. This is that. So a teacher has some responsibility. National president also clearly talk about that. Teachers' competencies. We have to improve our competencies, not only drawing a salary. This is not our responsibility. We have to do something. We have to improve ourselves. With that, we can help our students. Many things more to say. With that, I welcome you all in this valedictory. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the welcome address. So I hope ma'am has inspired most of you to become a member of INSPA. Through INSPA, you can have lots of exposure, because now we cannot go out. We are restricted. Our movements are restricted, but we can still grow if we become members, because there's so many activities conducted by INSPA, and you can take advantage of that. Now we come to the second part of the valedictory program, that is the participants' feedback. So for this participants' feedback, we requested 2 participants to give their feedback on the online workshop. So fortunately, 2 participants had had accepted our proposal. The first one I would call on, there are 2 participants, one is female, one is male. Then the first one I would call on is Miss Lal Tanmoyi from Synod Higher Secondary School, Aizawl. Then the second person to give the participants' feedback is Mr. Justindra Nongrum from Ngunun Sangis High School, Longkai District. So I request Miss Laltan Moy from Synod Higher Secondary School to give the participants feedback.
Okay, thank you. My net is not stable. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you're audible.
Hello, respected. Oh, okay, thank you. Respected team members of INSPA, our respected resource persons, officials, and my fellow teachers. I am deeply honored to give feedback on behalf of all the participants. I am glad to share that it is indeed a very fruitful, motivational, and inspiring workshop. Even though we know that it is very important to have a knowledge of psychology in our profession, we sometimes tend to forget how important it really is. This kind of workshop once again reminds us that we are dealing with our fellow human beings, not simply groups of students whom we can throw our knowledge upon. When we are in a classroom situation like this, where we take the place of students again, we once again experience how the students feel and are able to have a deeper understanding of their situations, which is very helpful. So through this workshop, we are reminded that we, the teachers, are the ones who can inculcate important things to our students, like the basic principles of life, what to do and what not to do, their role in families and societies, and so on. It helps us to understand more on how to treat our students in a more empathetic, compassionate way, always keeping in mind we need to care for their thoughts and emotions, especially in the times of pandemic. With the help of these presentations that we just attended, we are able to understand more the different kinds of psychological problems the students might be facing and how to deal with them. We also learned how to motivate and inspire our students in different ways. One really important point that touches me is the point that we should be teachers who strictly teach and discipline students in the classroom, but also a friend and a counselor outside the classroom. I would like to remind my fellow teachers that we have an important role as a teacher, a disciplinarian, as well as a friend, a guide, and a counselor whom students can rely on problems. I know that after attending this workshop, we will all go back to our profession, to our students, becoming a better teacher for our students. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I call on the second participant to give his feedback, Mr. Justindra Nongrum from Ngurnun Sangis High School, Long Thai District.
Thank you very much, Miss. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. A very good afternoon to you all. I'm very much honored to get this privilege to share my experience about this online international workshop on issues in school psychology for secondary schools. And my gratitude to the organizers of the INSPA who have been able to organize this workshop online. I personally, and I hope everyone attending this workshop, they got a lot to learn and how actually we as teachers should deal with students. The workshop, it has helped us to understand the importance of psychology to be incorporated in schools for better teaching, learning outcomes. And it also opens our eyes that we as teachers, our job is not only simply completing our syllabus. It is not only that we should concentrate only in academic achievements, but we should also concentrate on their mental health, mental development. Like we should teach them exercises, like to think positively. I'm very thankful really to the resource persons for enlightened me on many issues, and we have also to think about the students' social development, and especially like during these times of pandemic. Hands up to Dr. Lalramrati, who has given a very detailed or very helpful presentation of how actually we should deal with students during the stressful times of pandemic. And how should we also take care of the students' physical health? Okay, like they should also do some kind of exercises through online classes. We can encourage them also, such things. I'm really privileged to learn all these things. And even I like another word which was said by one of the resource persons relating the spiritual development, or we can say the moral development, which I think it's the call of the time in which students really they lack nowadays. And I cannot mention all the things what we have learned from this workshop, but I can say that I'm really happy to be a part of this. Hands up to all the resource persons and all the organizers of the INSPA. Hope you are going also to organize such workshops in the near future. Thank you very much. May God bless each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much to both the participants for your feedback. Those wonderful feedbacks, those words that you just, you just communicated, are just proof of the fact that this online workshop is a success, and that makes all of us, very proud of our achievements, and that we have been able to organize a successful workshop. Thank you very much to the participants, especially to those 2 participants who volunteered. I mean, yeah, to give the feedback. It's not an easy task, I know, in front of all your colleagues and your friends to give a feedback, but you pulled it off. Thank you. Now we come to the next part of the valedictory program. I invite Dr. Grace Lalkongai, the organizing secretary of the workshop, to give the workshop report.
Thank you, Ms. Juliet. I am just going to read through the report very fast. There's a lot to report, so I'd like to request all of you to bear with me. The 2 days online international workshop on issues in school psychology for secondary school teachers in Mizoram, organized by INSPA and Directorate of School Education, Government of Mizoram, was held from 20th to 21st July 2021. The first day of the workshop began with an inaugural session which was hosted by Dr. Sizo Thanmoya, the co-convener. Dignitaries and participants were officially welcomed by the convener, Professor Rinpari Ralte. A special address was given by Mr. James Dalrintana, MCS and Director of School Education, Government of Mizoram. He applauded the successful collaborations between INSPA Mizoram and Directorate of School Education, Mizoram, and further commended the INSPA Special Awards received by School Education Department and the State Convener, Professor Rinpari Ralte. He gave his best wishes to participating teachers and reminded them about the seriousness of their responsibilities in the mental health of their students. The chief guest of the event, Dr. Lalzirmo Yatsangte, IAS and Secretary of School Education, Government of Mizoram II, expressed his support and encouragements to the collaborative efforts of INSPA and Directorate of School Education, Government of Mizoram. He pointed out the relevance of psychology in the current pandemic situation and appealed to participating secondary teachers to equip themselves through this online workshop to deal effectively with their adolescent students who are in a critical period of their life. A keynote and presidential address was delivered by Dr. Panch Ramalingam, the president of INSPA and APSPA, Malaysia. He expressed his optimism in the successful delivery of quality education through these online trainings and workshops. He proudly reported the undertaking of INSPA to publish a book on school psychology in multiple languages, including Mizo. The inaugural session ended with a sincere vote of thanks presented by Mr. Lalming Moyaralte. After a short lunch break, technical sessions for day 1 began at 11:30 a.m. The MIS Cell of School Education Department gave assistance through their technical expertise for use of WebEx. The technical sessions were also live streamed on YouTube. Although 3 technical sessions were scheduled for day 1, the first technical session from day 2 was preponed as per convenience of the concerned resource person. Therefore, day 1 consisted of 4 technical sessions instead of 3, which extended the entire program by 1 hour. The speaker for the first technical session from 11:30 to 12:35 was Dr. Panch Ramalingam from Pondicherry University. He spoke on the topic of school psychology prospects and competencies. This session was facilitated by Dr. Zot Hanzami, and the proceedings were recorded and reported by Timothy Rai. After a brief introduction of the speaker, the session began. The speaker first focused on competencies in school psychology, its relationship and differences with other fields of psychology, role of school psychologists and services provided by school psychology. He emphasized on the broader scope of school psychology, the Indian context and skills to develop competencies. He encouraged teachers to understand and integrate school psychology, education and health perspectives for dealing with children in schools. He pointed out problems of language barriers among students and explained basic important skills. He emphasized on effective coordination between parents, teachers, and concerned authorities for the emotional well-being of children, empowering students via physical classes and online platforms, how and when to intervene when faced with challenges, and identifying shortcomings of students. The speaker concluded the session with points on soft skills involved in the process of intervention. And the speaker for the second technical session from 12:45 to 1:45 p.m. was Dr. Parvati Verma from Assumption University, Bangkok. She spoke on the topic of role of teachers in personality development of students. This session was facilitated by Dr. Julia Moiralte, and the proceedings were recorded and reported by Rebecca Vanelruati. After a brief introduction of the speaker, the session began. The speaker asked to explore the present status of students, to critically evaluate the existing characteristics, to identify them for the future, how teachers play a role in instilling them and addressing the activities and hurdles in the process. She expressed that the present young generations are lacking in various positive psychological aspects, which evoke questions on changes teachers can bring about in the society. She stated that the present problems include suicide, depression, anxiety, stress, problems in communication, cultural differences, etc. She also emphasized on important characters to build in the younger generations, such as resilience, self-compassion, self-esteem, self-determination, communication across generation, respecting others, and so on. She stated that equal emphasis should be given to all elements along with academic activities in school curriculum. She focused not only the focus should not only be to pass their exams, but also cater to their mental and physical health. She stressed upon the importance of looking into the holistic development of students, where she referred to holistic resilience model comprising of physical resilience, mental, emotional, social, and spiritual resilience, and also shared several enlightening exercises developed by UNICEF and other NGOs to enhance resilience. The speaker for the third technical session from 2 to 3 p.m. was Dr. Balan Radhakrishnan from University of Malaysia. He spoke on the topic of understanding adolescence and adolescence-related issues. This session was facilitated by Dr. Silal Fakzwali, and the proceedings were recorded and reported by Julie Vanal Pai. After a brief introduction of the speaker, the session began. The speaker began the session by interacting with the participants. He gave a brief introduction of adolescence and how the age range differs in different countries. The speaker called the period of adolescence a period of change because they still feel like a child but also consider themselves an adult, mentally, emotionally, and physically. He called it critical stage as they are less dependent, friends become important part of their life, and puberty induced changes in several parts of their body. He talked about three main important factors like education, exclusion of youth from labor force, and development of juvenile justice system while discussing the development of adolescents. He advised that teachers must be able to comprehend changes in them. Students must be allowed to make their own decisions from time to time. Pressure from parents, teachers, and friends also determine the behavior of students. He stated the importance of self-understanding, one's obligation and identification of issues that needs to be addressed. He spoke about refusal skills, assertive training technique to help adolescents say no or to disagree with something without being hostile or aggressive to overcome negative behavior. He stressed that assertiveness can be learned through understanding the cause and effect of specific behavior. He highlighted the importance of cultural diversity, importance of discussing adolescent-related issues, which may even be a taboo for some parents and teachers depending upon one's culture. If avoided and repressed, may lead to sexual misbehavior, misconducts, and transmission of sexual disease. Adolescents must be informed and made aware about protective measures as there is high prevalence of suicide among adolescents for these reasons. The speaker for the last and fourth technical session from day one started from 3:15 to 4:15 was Professor Tenmozi from Madras University. She spoke on the topic of basic counseling skills for school counseling. This session was facilitated by Dr. Saitsampui Sailo, and these proceedings were recorded and reported by Zoming Moe. After a brief introduction of the speaker, the session began. The speaker spoke on the importance of school psychology and its implication on school children. A brief introduction on the basic skills of counseling like attending skills, listening skills, empathy were given in detail. The speaker emphasized on the importance of questioning and mentioned two types of questioning and explained how such questions can affect the counseling session. She also stressed on the importance of the nature of the student-teacher relationship. She mentioned the problems of school children under three areas, academic, behavior, and emotional, and how it is important on the teacher's part to be aware of such cases so they could refer them to appropriate mental health professionals. She further talked about how the quality of home life can impact a child's performance and well-being. The speaker highlighted multiple factors that can contribute to the problems of students and the important role of teachers in their coping system. The first technical session for day 2 began at 11:15 a.m. The appointed speaker for technical session 2, day 2, Professor Kamaluddin, was unavailable for personal reasons. Therefore, Dr. Remruati graciously agreed to accept the last-minute invitation from organizers to speak during technical session 2 of day 2. The speaker for the first technical session, day 2, from 11:30 to 12:35 was Professor Lalfam Kimavarte. He spoke on the topic of practices to improve critical and creative thinking of students. This session was facilitated by Mr. Lalming Moyaralte, and the proceedings were recorded and reported by Lalming Sangi. After a brief introduction of the speaker, the session began. The speaker focused on the basic ideas about what thinking is, the processes and its outcome, its conceptualization and operationalization, and how cognitive processing interplay between the two. He explained the concept of critical thinking, its components, and further elaborated how it differs from meta-memory, metacognition, and mindfulness. He talked about creative thinking in a way of its state, process, and structure. He further elaborated about the 5 ways of knowing, the basic psychological principles like the Maslow hierarchy of needs and Johari window. He proceeded on the Enneagram by saying that people are unique original being, and as a teacher, one must be aware that several qualities like reformer, helper, achiever, peacemaker are possessed by our students. He further focused on self-concept and proceeded on the basic idea of critical thinking and its stages of cycle and the hindrance of creative thinking by giving relevant examples. He talked about how everyone is born to have critical and creative thinking, and that attention, memory, thinking, problem solving are all important for individual to become a fully functioning being. He emphasized on the determinants of critical and creative thinking, such as the body, physical, cognitive, mental, psychosocial factors, and proceeded on the 6 S's and W's, and mainly focused on the how and its usefulness in different subjects like maths, science, and English. He concluded by saying that the teacher must always reflect on what the course creator wanted them to teach and whether they make their students grasp the main themes of their courses and syllabus to enable their critical and creative thinking. The speaker for the last session, Day 2, from 1 to 2 p.m. was Dr. Ramrwati. She spoke on the topic of psychological first aid. This session was facilitated by Dr. Ramrwati Patswao, and the proceedings were recorded and reported by Ebenezer Laldu Saka. After a brief introduction of the speaker, the session began. The session began with a simple exercise where she asked participants to write down their thoughts, feelings, and behavioral responses to hypothetical COVID situation. She emphasized that psychosocial care is a very essential part of helping people with their physical, psychological, social, and even spiritual healing. She spoke about the important skills involved in psychological first aid. She emphasized that psychological first aid is about giving supportive and practical assistance to protect them from further harm and to reduce immediate distress. Giving psychological first aid will help them feel safe and will create hope and can reduce the long-term effects. It is to be given immediately after crisis situations in a safe environment. Psychological first aid as the first important measure during disasters was discussed. Since COVID pandemic is declared a global pandemic, it is a disaster, an invisible threat, and uncertain event that disrupted our lives, including academic settings. She discussed the impact of COVID-19 on people's mental health, healthcare, and socioeconomic situations. She reported evidences of COVID comorbidity with anxiety-related disorders leading to loss of lives. She briefly spoke about psychological reactions to COVID pandemic and asked participants to cross-check their hypothetical response to COVID situation. It is important to give help responsibly, keeping their safety, rights, and dignity in mind. She even discussed the do's and don'ts related to ethical guidelines in giving help responsibly, to look, listen, and link when giving help. She elaborated on COVID situation and education, especially on challenging issues related with online technologies that teachers and students have to adjust to, and the role of teachers for intervention in making students see the positive side of the current situation and cater to the risk factors for depression and anxiety in addition to teaching courses. She suggested several useful tips for stress management to battle COVID crisis. A very informative interactive session took place in all the technical sessions. Questions and queries from participants were taken up by facilitators and were discussed and responded eloquently by speakers in their respective sessions. The interactive session for the last session was, however, cancelled due to time constraints. To conclude, the preparation and dedication of all facilitators were highly commendable, and the patience, active participation, and enthusiasm shown by participating teachers despite technical glitches and connectivity issues during online sessions were especially noteworthy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Grace, for your clear, precise, and detailed report on the workshop. Thank you. You have been very, very tired. I know your time to relax and sleep is finally coming. So tonight you can have a good sleep because your work is done, and you have really done well in what you have done. I know you lack sleep. Late at night you've been working, and you have to get up early in the morning again, and to make the report again. And I was going to ask you to sing, but I will not, because that will take time. All right. So she's a singer. She's a very good singer. I hope all of you know that. So that's our organizing secretary. We're very proud of her. Thank you very much, Grace, once again. Now, I will give the platform for the presidential address to Dr. Panch Ramalingam. First, I would like to, to just read out his positions, his present positions, because he's a man of big achievements, and he has a dynamic personality, and he's the person behind this workshop, the man behind this wonderful workshop, and he's been working very hard. I don't know how he manages to do all this work, conducting seminars, conducting workshops, conducting conferences, and at the same time he's writing books and publishing his books, and he's really a superman. He's an exceptional person. So he's the president, Indian Schools Psychology Association in Spa. He is the president, Asia Pacific Psychology Association Malaysia. He's an associate professor, UGC, Human Resources Development, Pondicherry University, Pondicherry. So let us all give our attention to Dr. Panch Ramalingam for his presidential address. Sir?
Good afternoon to each one of you present over here. Are you hearing, Ms. Julius?
Yes, sir.
Are you hearing?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, clear, sir.
Shall I proceed?
Yes, sir, you can proceed.
Okay,
Yeah,
sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon to each of you present over here. Most respected, Sri James Ransani, Director, School Education, Mizoram, and our beloved colleagues from INSPA, Professor Chokatulangi and Professor Rinbari Ralte, and other colleagues, including Ms. Julie and Grace Lalwange. I am very happy to participate in this valedictory session. Normally, valedictory session in the sense this may be a ritual. Many of them may live without focusing attention on the speech. Here, all the participants are very actively participating. It shows that they are all very committed, involved in this process. Needless to say that Ms. Lakanmani and Mr. Justindra Langkom, both of them very transparently presented their feedback of these 2 days, what was happened, how these sessions have captured the way in which it has to reach to the teachers of Mizoram. When Dr. Rinbari spoke to me about the program, he said, as was done in the last year, is going to conduct a webinar. Naturally, when we are organizing the second time, people may not show much interest, thinking that in what way it is going to help the same thing, same content they will deliver. But here I could see all these participants, they have vibrantly participating, sharing messages, appreciating the resource persons, asking questions. These are all really prove that this online webinar is on par with the physical webinar. Definitely, we will not in a position to organize a physical program for 1,000 and odd teachers. It is very difficult. We can arrange a big hall, ask them to assemble. When the speaker speaks, nobody will listen. They will chat among the teachers. Again, meeting in one place, they will share their personal experiences, school environment. But here, the teachers are sitting at home, spending time on online, listening to the lectures. They are all very vibrant. Sitting in front of the computer is a challenging task. It is not normally possible to sit hours together to listen the lecture. But here I could see all the participating teachers are vibrant. They are all very actively participating. They are all interacting with the resource persons. In turn, they are equipping themselves. Definitely, I could say this workshop by way of webinar has reached out the unreachable teaching community. You are all aware that school teachers are more competent than university faculties. Why? The school teachers are teaching the skills to start with speaking, reading, writing. Mostly all the school teachers are very competent to provide basic skills of learning that we can say foundation in learning. That helps the child to develop, to modify their behavior, the way in which the teacher desires, the child can grow mentally as well as physically. Our teachers are very bright. They are all thinking machines. They are all thinkers, problem solvers, guidance philosophers, inspirers, facilitators. I can add many adjectives like this because these teachers are worth for saying such words. Why? Who are actively in webinar definitely lead the teaching community as well as definitely we can say this Department of School Education Mizoram in this particular field of study. That is the reason last year among the 7 competitors, Department of School Education identified for the School Excellence Award from the but all encouraging the organizers in the same way. I request Dr. Rinbari Ralte. Among this fund, she identify, locate based on two teachers for the best when Francis to the 13th of November this running as a physical. Those who are not able to participate can participate from home and virtual. Those who travel, they can travel and participate physically. And therefore, Dr. Rinbari can two teachers for the Best Teacher Award from the INSPA. The award will be on the inaugural day of conference. If you are able to participate on that particular day, the award will be on post so that you are a recipient of awards. Why I'm saying this is the teachers participate and help the student committee. Not that they will identifying two in a sense. This is our token of appreciation to identify the best teacher from Mizoram. I could listen. I guess Lalwangi a report of the today's events. How nice she has prepared and presented a suitable way that itself shows that it is an excellent organizing of the webinar, and all the persons get whatever the way we want, and way all the participants actually participate. My sincere appreciation to Ms. Grace for this elaborate presentation of the report. May I request her to submit the same for our newsletter. Let it in print media so that it will reach the larger audience. You are all now a larger body in the sense they are having 1,070 members on roll. They are all very active, vibrant, and professionally helping each other in such a way as our secretary has invited. All the teachers are most welcome to join in SPA by way of using this COVID-19 pandemic condition. Our Dr. Rinbari is capable of sharing this special arrangement. If you go to the website, you will get all the details, whatever you wanted to know. But this special arrangement is through Google Form that our convener, Dr. Rinbari Ralte, can take care of it by circulating this Google Form for registering the new members. I'm not taking much of your time because I know the session in the sense very sharp and brief. You are in a mood to live. We will not your mood. Definitely, we will travel together. We will achieve our goal. We will strengthen our student community with our teachers as well as children at home or at school. In this meeting, our insight is always with you. You have just contact with any point of venture. We are ready to help you. This is excellent person for your. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring and motivating speech, and we accept your invitation to continue organizing this such type of programs. Now we come to the concluding address, which is to be given by Mr. James Larintana, MCS, Director, School Education, Government of Mizoram. Mr. James Larintana is the man responsible for organizing this workshop, because without him, this could not have been, put into practice, because he has been from the very beginning when we started conducting this such kind of workshop from last year. He was from day one. He was very enthusiastic, and he was always ready to help us in spite of his busy schedule. He would try to fit us somehow in his schedule to meet us, and he gave us he would always give us priority, and it is a pleasure, and we really appreciate that, Mr. James Larintana, for allowing us, and for accepting us, and for encouraging us, and for being a part of this team. And we are very thankful to you, and we hope to continue to work with you in the future. And please be the same person you are, as motivating as ever, and always ready to learn more, and to give the best to your to all your people. And thank you very much at the same time. Then I saw Sir Mr. James Larintana. I give you the platform.
Thank you, Dr. Juliet. Respected Dr. Panch Ramalingam, President of INSPA and ASPA, Malaysia, Professor Zopai Tuangi, General Secretary, INSPA, Professor Rinpari Ralte, State Convener for INSPA, Mizoram, eminent experts and speakers for today, our Organizing Secretary, Dr. Grace Lalkongai Ralte, co-conveners, Dr. Juliet Lalremoy Ralte and Dr. C. Zoltan Moya. Mr. Lalming Moya Ralte, organizing member, all the participants of today's online workshop, thank you so much for this opportunity to give the concluding address of this online international workshop on issues in school psychology for secondary school teachers in Mizoram. I am very happy and impressed with the good turnout by our respected teachers. The whole event of yesterday was in the news last night, as you all might have seen. Major news channels were broadcasting our program, and we are having good impressions across the state. Our participation was more than 1,000 yesterday. And today also we are still about 500, 600. I'm very much happy with the dedication shown by our teachers who have given their valuable time to attend this most important online workshop on psychology. I have a very good time now to go on a few words on the online classes which are ongoing at the moment. I want to express that COVID-19 behaves differently at all times. The situation last week may not be the same today. So often our orders issued from the office are also changing every time. I request all our teachers to pay attention to these changes. We have to adapt ourselves very quickly sometimes with the changing times. Now, our academic calendar also will be changing very often. Like we have just cancelled our first term examination because we could not make any classes, physical classes. Online classes are just starting. So if there are any confusion regarding the interpretation on these orders, I request that you please seek the help of the DEOs who can give you much guidance. Or you can call directly to the office also. We will be willing to help you. Okay, let me get back to the program, to the workshop. The feedbacks from the participants were very encouraging. I was very much interested in the different roles of teachers, which was mentioned by one of the participants. So we can be a good teacher, we can be a good friend also to our students. Last week, while I was on my way to office, I had just this thought. All our teachers across the state of Mizoram, I am so proud of you all because you are the ones who make our future leaders. You are preparing all the students to be future leaders of the state of Mizoram. From that alone, we can know how much responsibilities we have. We must first of all be very thankful to God for providing us this immense opportunity to help others, to develop persons who can ultimately be leaders of this state. You can impart knowledge, you can impart all the good qualities for a human being. So I was thinking on my way to office that the most important elements in the fields would be the teachers who are shaping our population for the future. And I request all our teachers to collaborate with whatever guidelines we are giving out now and then. Even at this moment, we are starting a research project with INSPA to study the teachers' efficacy and job satisfaction among secondary school teachers in Mizoram. I request all those who will be involved, all the teachers, to contribute their best so that we can have accurate, very accurate data so that this project can give us the best conclusion and it will be very helpful for us in the future. So I request all the teachers who will be participating to give special attention to this project because it is for us. Let me get back to the membership in INSPA as we listen from the General Secretary in SPA, Professor Zokai Tuangi. It's very nice to learn that we can become member of INSPA also. So special attention may be given to this opportunity. I request all our teachers to give their thoughts on this also. And it was very heartening to know the level of commitments given by the president of INSPA, Dr. Panch Ramalingam, especially regarding the support that INSPA is ready to lend to us for our future. We are very happy with this. So we look forward to future endeavors from our side and INSPA side so that we can gain more from each other. We look forward to the book on school psychology, which is, I think, almost being printed out now in Mizo. And we will be trying our best to disseminate these books to all the teachers. Let us see what we can do on this issue. So I want all of us to look beyond our attendance of yesterday and today. I had remarked that we had very good attendance, that I have been very impressed with the amount of attention and importance given by the teachers, I request you all to look beyond this attendance. What follow-up actions can we take on what we have learned from all those eminent speakers, from all the learned people who had been so kind to give us very, very insightful learnings? What now matters will be how we follow up what we learned on this workshop. So I request all our teachers, respected teachers, please follow up what you have learned in this online workshop so that the success will multiply, so that you can become a blessing for your students. This should be carried out in mission mode, and knowing that God has given you such a brilliant opportunity to help people. So I request all the participants to kindly take necessary actions from your side to follow up all whatever we have been learning from this workshop. I am sure that you are capable of doing it. I have every confidence in our teachers that you will be able to do it. So looking forward to all these future developments, which ultimately will be for our state. I am very happy with the organizers of this program, with all the respected teachers who have been giving their time and attention to make this workshop a huge success. I pray that God will be with you all through these hard times of COVID, that you will all be safe, that God will give us better days so that we can help the students who are, after all, in our charge. So with all this, I end my speech. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. James, for such a wonderful speech and for such a warm speech. I would like to remind all the participants here, since all of you are school teachers, just to remind you that you are very fortunate to have a director like Mr. James Arintana, who is so, who is always interested in your welfare, and he's always ready to do everything for your welfare. And I hope you make him proud also. So now we come to the last part of the valedictory program, which is the vote of thanks to be given by Professor Rinpari Ralte. I will give you the before I call on her, I would like to say a few things, and I would like to also introduce her in a more detailed way, since this is the last part of the program. And it's been a very wonderful experience these last 2 days, and it was a big success because all the participants were really, really active, and all of you were focused, and it has been such a wonderful and delightful experience to have organized a program with all of you. And I think we have really grown from last year. There was a lot of development in the way the things were conducted, and this is very much because of the active participation from the participants. And so now I introduce the person responsible for all the works that had been conducted and the success behind all this, and who really put her mind and thought in this, Professor Rinpari Ralte, State Convener in SPA Mizoram. She's the head of the department she's the head of the Department of Psychology, PUC. She's the convener of this workshop. I would like to inform all of you that Professor Rinpari is the first professor in the Department of Psychology in Mizoram amongst the college teachers to be awarded a professor. She's the first professor, and she's the only professor amongst all the lecturers in the college. So I would like you to note that she's a woman of great achievement. She has worked very hard. She's a mother of 3 sons, and her children also are, they have done very well in their academics because it's all because of her. And but her department, the Department of Psychology under her in PUC has also grown a lot under her leadership. And likewise in SPA, in this workshop also, it's because of her leadership that we have been able to achieve all these, so I really appreciate her. And, even though we are of similar age, I'm not embarrassed to admit that I really admire her efficiency and being very serious in whatever she does. And she never takes she doesn't do anything for, for namesake. She always give quality in whatever she does. She always makes sure that everything comes out first class quality, like this workshop, as you have witnessed. It's all because of her, and it's all because of her leadership that we have been able to experience this. And so I would like to thank her also as a member of this, a part of being a part of this online workshop. I would also like to thank her personally from my side for being such a wonderful and dynamic and efficient lady in all her endeavors. And I also wish her success, and I hope she continues to do this and to lead all of us towards our development. So I call on Professor Rinpari Ralte to give the vote of thanks.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Juliet, for such a wonderful description. Okay, a very good afternoon to all of you. So finally, we have come to the end of the two-day workshop. And on behalf of the organizing committee of this international online workshop on issues in school psychology for secondary school teachers in Mizoram, I express my heartfelt thanks to all of you for being with us right from the beginning of this workshop till the end. Thank you so much. I take this opportunity to thank our patrons, Dr. Lazirmo Etsangte, IAS, Secretary of School Education, Government of Mizoram, and Dr. Panch Ramalingam, President of INSPA, for their valuable support and encouragement in all our endeavors. I would also like to express our gratitude to Professor Zo Kaitwangi, General Secretary of Indian School Psychology Association, for her wonderful speech, wonderful welcome speech. I would like to state that under her dynamic leadership, INSPA Mizoram is achieving greater heights in the promotion of school psychology for the benefit of the society. We thank you, Madam, for your unwavering support. I am very, very grateful to our respected Director of School Education, Mr. James Lerinsana, MCS, for his concern about the development of quality education in Mizoram. This is reflected in his continued support towards the organization of events such as this. I personally want to thank you also, sir, for the importance that you place in the dissemination of knowledge in school psychology in the state of Mizoram. I would also like to extend my thanks to Mr. Zobing Thanga, Deputy Director of School Education Department, who is the nodal officer for this event, and also to the MIS technical staff from the Department of School Education under the leadership of Mr. Lel Ompuya for their cooperation in the organization of this event. I would also like to propose my heartfelt thanks to my fellow organizing members for this event, Dr. Juliet Remoy Ralte and Dr. Sizo Tanmoya, co-conveners, Dr. Grace Lel Khongai, organizing secretary, and Mr. Lel Mingmoy Ralte for their hard work and their resourcefulness in making this program successful. And we would also like to thank all the resource persons from the bottom of our hearts for taking their time to share their expertise and their knowledge to enlighten us with their words of wisdom. We are extremely grateful to Dr. Panch Ramalingam for his clear explanation of school psychology competencies and services available in India. And we are also very grateful to Dr. Parvati Varma for her interesting discussion on the role of teachers in personality development of students and for her lively explanations during the interactive session. I would also like to acknowledge our gratitude to Dr. Balan Radhakrishnan for clearly describing adolescence and adolescence-related issues which is, of course, the need of the hour. And I would also express our sincere thanks to Professor Esthen Mozi for explaining basic counseling skills for school counseling and providing words of encouragement to the teachers in dealing with their students. Furthermore, we are extremely grateful to Professor Silal Fomke Mavarte for giving an interesting description on the practices to improve critical and creative thinking of students. And likewise, we would like to express our deepest appreciation for Dr. Lalem Ruati for her talk on psychological first aid, which is essential for teachers, especially during this COVID-19 pandemic. We owe a very special thanks to her for being with us today. Thank you so much, Dr. Remy. Last, but not the least, I thank God, the Almighty, for guiding us and being with us throughout this event. I also hope and pray that He will give all the participants wisdom and the strength to inspire positive changes in the lives of your students. One writer called Anne Lieberman has rightly stated that great teachers empathize with kids, respect them, and believe that each one has something special that can be built upon. So I urge all the participants to try and be that great teacher and strive towards excellence in all your endeavors in dealing with your students. Thank you so much once again for your active participation to make this program a success. Thank you all. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, we come to the end of the online workshop. But please switch on your video, everybody, so that we can take a group photo. Okay.
Okay, Sir Puomaka, the technical person, you can ask him to switch off the live stream.